Good morning, good morning out there. If you still hear the morning in my voice, that's because it is 6 a.m. Mountain Time on my neck of the woods, on my side of the world, and we just want to wish you guys a very happy Saturday, Sabbath, day of rest, whatever it is you call it, June 25th, 2022. How y'all doing out there? Probably full of mixed emotions. I shouldn't have to ask y'all that questions. Probably full of mixed emotions. If you have been made aware of the new updates in Congress lately, in the Supreme Court lately, I'm talking about in the past 24 hours lately. Now, y'all know I wanted to come on here and do this show a little bit sooner because I'm talking about as soon as I heard word that the Roe versus Wade right, if you want to call it, had been overturned, revoked, whatever you want to call it. Good morning out there. I got my fresh coffee. I was gonna do some warm tea. Y'all got all kind of tea over here: green leaf tea, eucalyptus, rosemary teas I've never heard of, and they're still full in the box. I got all these tea bags that I just have yet to use, but I am thinking about, especially with the shortages and things going on. I think I'm gonna go ahead and give up the coffee. My some of you guys don't be afraid to tune in and let me know. Are you a Folgers drinker, a Maxwell drinker? I'm a Maxwell House drinker, actually. Mm, mm, mm. Nothing like hot coffee in the morning, guys. If you're new to my channel, welcome, welcome, welcome. I like to share my opinions, facts, views, and expressions on real life events on this channel. We also interview authors and entrepreneurs weekly. Our mission is to keep the power of business networking alive, and until my mission line grows, that's what we've been doing at the Crown Content Publications Hub, connecting entrepreneurs with one another, especially, I'm no sexist here, but especially women entrepreneurs in 2022. And it's really funny because this very topic has to do with women in its own way, because we're going to be talking about what our feelings might be this morning, what we feel is just and unjust. And what's crazy, just the other day, if you go through my videos, I did a segment on my perception of what justice is or judgment. And here it was 2 days later, literally 48 hours after I did that segment. We had an update on the Roe versus Wade law. So I just want to ponder on that for a second because I think when I come on here and do my segments on my views, I'm nobody special. My views and opinions. I don't think people, you know what I mean? And I don't blame them because there's like millions of YouTubers out there, but I don't think they I don't think they feel where I'm coming from a lot of times when I discuss certain topics. I'm gonna repeat that again. Just 2 days ago, I did a live set. No, that one wasn't live, but I did do a YouTube segment on the topic of judgment, earthly judgment versus spiritual judgment, and how justice is also another form of judgment. Even if it takes you going to listen to that video I recorded the other day on this very topic, it wasn't about Roe versus Wade, but it was a great new, fresh offer of perception when it comes to judgment and justice. You may enjoy it, you may not, but one thing's for sure: if there wasn't a difference between earthly and spiritual judgment, or if there wasn't some type of correlation, Why do people get so angry when things don't go their way as far as the law when it comes to earthly judgment? Prime example, all the protesting going on. One of the most recent updates I saw, guys, was in Austin, Texas. They are marching as of this morning. They're having a march protest, not month of March, but they're actually marching. And yesterday, you had people outside of the actual Supreme Court building marching as well. So, like I say, I'm probably 24 hours late because it seems like just about every media was covering this yesterday, every podcaster. And if you're a woman, I don't blame you. You should. You should be giving your whole, because this is also a part of history in the making. I'm actually about to find my notes here for you guys, because when I tell y'all, not only did I do a recording on earthly judgment versus spiritual judgment just the other day, a couple months ago on this same channel, I also covered, because when I first heard that they were going to be trying to make some changes in the law according to abortion, I think I first heard this back in February or March. I said, I'm going to personally go and study uh, Roe versus Wade when this went to effect in America, which was in 1973, more or less. That's why I'm looking for my notes. I don't want to tell y'all nothing inaccurate. Yeah, I covered this. Go check it out. It says I think the title of it is Roe versus Wade, actually, on the Crown Content Publications YouTube channel. And see, then people were so focused on, I don't know, everything else in the world. I don't think they really had time to personally go and study um, why this went into effect, even in the 70s, how this affected lives then, and I mean literal lives. Because the fact is, guys, um, many, many embryos lost their lives. I'm talking about up to this very day today. They lost their lives when this law went into effect. And I did. I said that the other day. I said I'm gonna do a part two to my perception on spiritual judgment versus earthly judgment. Now, me personally, I find it really, really coincidental that right after I covered a topic as such, you know, not only did a big law change uh, in America, many people are affected. I just feel like if protesters could have possibly saw what I was talking about on my channel the other day, because I can't control anybody's perception or opinion when it comes to their rights to their bodies and to whether or not they should be able to get an abortion. I can't change their opinions on the view. But what I was trying to do the other day when I did a segment called Spiritual Judgment versus Earthly Judgment is give people a new perception. Have people look at the correlation from my standpoint. Earthly judgment, we seem to understand it so well. We seem to understand when laws change on the earth we live in the countries we live in, we seem to understand how it affects our lives immediately. But we dismiss the fact that something like spiritual judgment can be very, very real and also very similar to what it is we call judgment here on earth. So at this present moment, I don't have anybody tuning in yet. But hey, guys, if you saw the Elvis movie, feel free to comment. I haven't gotten to see it yet. I'm not saying spoil it for me, but I bet y'all it is a fire movie, and I'm not gonna lie. If I can have something to do with it, I'd like to go see it sometime this weekend because, as we know, Elvis played his very significant role in history as well. And I wasn't a part personally of the Elvis movement, but uh, out of all the research and documentaries I've done lately, that I've studied lately, I guess I can see why you guys called him called Elvis the King, right? But I'm gonna do another segment about Elvis. This is not about Elvis today, but if you've seen the movie, I'm warning you now. I'm encouraging you. Do not spoil it for us other Elvis fans, okay? Let us go see the movies ourselves. Man, when I tell y'all this coffee hit different. It hit so different. I'm only 30 years old, and I bet you I can tell. Not only can I tell you about how much different coffee hits somebody like me early in the mornings, a author, a podcaster, an insurance agent, a tax preparer, a mother, okay? I can also tell you right now, I'll be very sad when there's a shortage on coffee. I don't know what you guys are out there stocking up on, but I've definitely stocked up on lots of coffee because, and I know I can't even make coffee without water, so I'm gonna have to do something on the side when it comes to stocking up on water as well because I can't make coffee without water. But that will be my, my thing. Anybody wants to barter and trade, I can tell you one thing I'm gonna have is coffee, you know, because how can we really deal with apocalyptic times without coffee? I wish I had my little thing on here where I can make the audience laugh and stuff like that because this would have been a great opportunity. Crown Content Publications wants to encourage you guys to first of all lighten up a little bit because you guys can't be out here just. I'm trying to see where I'm gonna start this segment today. How I'm gonna start it. I know exactly how I feel about it. I'm very pro life. Okay? I am very, very pro life. hmm But at the same time, I'm going to come from a place today on my channel where I have a open type of judgment, if you will, a open type of perception on how others may be feeling uh, about these new Roe versus Wade changes. See, if you're a man, you probably feel like women are just going crazy. They have an opinion. They're emotional about these changes. But what it is, guys out there, this affects you too. Cause see, Roe versus Wade has been around since the 70s, like I tried to explain just a second ago. And even though it's been around this long, Planned Parenthood, all this good stuff, contraceptive. The fact is, let's start with the facts. Had a lot of our mothers chosen the route of uh, abortion, Plan Bs, and all this type of stuff in the 70s, a lot of us wouldn't be here right now. Now, that's just fact number one. You wouldn't be here right now. So, how could you call yourself pro life or anti life without thinking about the facts first? Maybe you don't have to consider yourself in either of the categories, okay? But you should. How can you claim to know yourself, love yourself, be aware of your surroundings, be aware of your environment, be aware of the changes in your country as constant as they happen, and not think about how you receive the life that you have today? Yeah, you know how you received it? Two people, 9 times out of 10, came together either out of attraction, either sometimes people are not even attracted to each other. It was like a sexual interest in the other party. Either way we look at it, two people came together, they made it, and they reproduced, and the mother got pregnant. And this is how it happens. This is how the billion of us on Earth right now came to be on this Earth. Now, I just wanted to start off with the facts that nobody can really dispute. You're here right now, whether you're a man, woman, child, boy, girl, even if you're an animal. 9 times out of 10, unless you're a asexual predator, where you don't need a second party to reproduce, then this is how you came to be on this earth. This is first the facts. I had to take a sip of my coffee really quick. Yeah, these are the facts. Like, you're only here right now because two people came together and said, I have this I have this spark of interest in somebody. I have this spark of attraction. So it led to sex somewhere, and you're here right now because I know y'all already asking how many times is she gonna say that? I'm letting you know how you are living right now. Well, I'm not going to say living, but how you ended up with the life that, or whatever gave you a chance at life. It wasn't somebody transferring your consciousness, they would have you believe. It wasn't somebody putting you in an incubator like a baby chick and you cracked out of an egg. That's not how you got here. Two people came together, somebody got pregnant, which we know cannot happen with two women or two men, by the way. I thought I would throw that in there. Even if you consider yourself gay, transsexual, any of that stuff today, you only have a right to choose your sexuality. You only have free will. You only have the ability to choose what it is you want to quote unquote be in life because two natural people came together in the process of reproducing. What do I mean by natural people? A man and a woman. And then you grew up and you decided that I'm going to choose the sexuality for myself. And now, I'm just keeping it real. You didn't even have that option or choice. If you're not a seed, if you're not a whole life out here, you didn't have a choice of what you were going to wear every day, what you were going to eat every day, what your religion was going to be, where you were going to live. You didn't have those choices. And these are just facts until two people came together and reproduced and therefore created a new life. This is what you call a pro life speaker. That's what I am, I guess. I've come to that conclusion. Yes, I'm very pro life. Cause see, I have the type of mind. I have the capability to understand. And I might not always understand humans, how they operate, and why they choose to operate the way they do, why they judge others the way they do. But one thing about it, I do understand myself. I do understand the root of where my opinions and where my judgments about life have come from. I can understand how humans all together got here. And no, guys, I'm sorry. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a theologist. I'm not a philosopher. But I can tell you this: I don't believe that any of us came from monkeys, from gorillas. I don't. I never believed that narrative. I was actually the one in class that I always had these deeper questions. Like, you had to be careful if you were my teacher, K through 12. And honestly, I'm very fortunate to still be able to see, like, most of the people that taught me in school are still alive, guys. And I'm talking about, I'm 30 years old, and I'm talking about from elementary to high school. I said most of them. And that's a blessing in my eyes. Most of my teachers that taught me in any way, shape, or form, they are still living. They have families, you know what I mean? And that's great for them. But my teachers know if you brought up a topic about certain things and you call yourself teaching me that, I definitely had questions in school a long time ago. I was definitely paying attention. I was definitely willing to challenge my teachers, and it wasn't because somebody at home told me to. If I was raised like this, if I have a question about something, ask questions. If I don't understand something, guess how I'm going to learn it? I'm either going to go research it, I'm either going to go find answers. And a part of researching is also asking questions. When you don't understand something, even if it's an individual, you don't understand somebody, the best way to learn them or learn about their perception, their expression, their point of view, their views is to ask questions. I ain't even got as deep as I want to. Good morning, 45. And it's like, I'm not gonna judge anybody for protesting this morning. I'm telling y'all again, one of the most recent protests I saw going on is in Austin, Texas. And if we know like we know, there's gonna be more protesting all over the country. I'm having people, I'm not gonna name names, but I'm gonna tell y'all, I know people personally in other countries who have contacted me but in the past 24 hours wanting to know my personal perception, my personal emotions right now as they see the transitions happening in this country. I ain't trying to sound like better than nobody or none of that. I want y'all to know how real this is. Like, man, what's inflation like over there? What's y'all gas prices look like over there? How can you live in a country that's telling women what they can and can't do with their body? And right now, I wasn't ready to respond. I told them, y'all just tune in to my podcast when I jump on here this morning. I was supposed to be on here last night. You know what I'm saying? Immediately after the Roe versus Wade update, for sure. But every other woman I already been busy talking about her opinions and views on every other news station. But see, I'm me. So I already started off saying that I'm very pro life. Why? It's just a natural thing to be pro life, in my opinion. Uh, if I wasn't pro life, it means I don't respect life. I don't respect how I came to be on this earth, how my children came to be, how the billion of other individuals on this earth right now came to be. And it's a time to be alive in my eyes because not only are there a billion people or lives as you would call it on this earth right now, you also have all type of scientific experiments going on. This is let me tell y'all how sacred life is. You got people trying to recreate life as we speak through whether it's through robots, clones. It's nothing secret. It's it's not new. That's why you got movies about it. You got yeah. They're trying to. Life is so sacred. You have scientists in secret. I ain't gonna say what I was gonna say, but I'm gonna use scientists for example. They have been for many years trying to come up with ways to actually like duplicate life itself. I ain't even talking about abortion yet, but I have to talk about it. I ain't even talking about that yet. Let's talk about the facts. But y'all want to get emotional and and protest in March. Where do I start with this? Yeah, hey, protesting may or may not change things. I'm not going to discourage you from that. But we all know just because there was a ban on drugs didn't mean people stopped doing drugs. Just because there was a ban on certain gun laws in certain countries and states, and this has been for a very long time, didn't mean people still didn't find a way to access weapons and guns when they wanted to. Just because you ban abortion laws doesn't mean that people are not still going to find a way to get an abortion if that's what we live in a time where you can take a pill, y'all. I think it's called Plan B. What are they gonna do? Take this stuff off the shelves too? I think this is a over the counter drug. And the last time I went to the drugstore, I ain't gonna say I'm gonna say a grocery store that had a pharmacy in it. Y'all know like Walmart. There's certain grocery stores that have a whole pharmacy in it these days. Okay. The last time I went to a grocery store like that and checked the pharmacy out, Plan B was still on there. So how, Plan B was still and you could it's a over the counter it's a whole over the counter drug. That's crazy, right? Yeah. Anybody? I'm just starting off with Plan B. We know that this is not the only like way to try to contracept a baby or alleviate a baby if you don't want it. But yeah, women. I'm gonna let everybody wake up because I know we're gonna have some women on here this morning. And it's crazy being a woman. We all got our different perceptions, views, and opinions about this topic, about abortion, about pro-life, about what a woman should and shouldn't be able to do with her body. And when we talk abortion, it's no different from anything else people have been judging when it comes to women alone. So I'm gonna make sure I get deep in this topic. They was already trying to tell us, ladies, who you should and shouldn't be having sex with. Men too, because a lot of men feel like these abortion rights and laws don't affect them the same way as women. Let me let you know right now, it does. Who is it that you lay down with when you having sex on the weekly, the daily, however often that you do it? It's a woman. 9 times out of 10, it's a woman. So it affects you because if you just so happen to get this woman pregnant, what Congress is saying now is like we're gonna limit your right to be able to get rid of a baby once you impregnate her. So to me, these new abortion rights and laws that are changing, they affect men too. Men will see it later. And I'm gonna tell y'all what I really think. Because I don't work in Congress. You see what I'm saying? I mean, I have a right to vote and things like that. I have a right to speak out like I'm doing this morning, but I don't work in Congress. I don't ever see myself working in law. I see myself doing something to more help people. Not saying the laws don't help people, but I'm saying like help people. I'll get back on that topic in a minute. I'll never work for Congress, so it's safe to say, as a commoner of this country, that I'm not even mad about what's changing in this country right now. I don't know how many else would agree with what I'm saying, but I'm just coming from my opinion and point of view. I'm not even mad about it because even as a woman, I always felt like if you can't handle if you can't handle the grown stuff that come with having grown sex, why are you doing it? That's number one. Why are you doing? And I'm a woman saying this. Why are your legs open? Why are you going around living a sedentary lifestyle, having sex and what y'all call it spontaneous sex? Then you had shows promoted like Sex in the City. And some of y'all might not. You might have heard of the show, but have you ever watched it? Okay. Oh, Girlfriends was another one that was one of my favorite. Friends. It was shows like these though at the end of the day to me played this agenda, played this whole role in society where it was showing young people at that time it's okay to sleep. What, living single? Did I name that one? You had better shows like Martin though. Like Martin actually showed y'all it was okay to be in a relationship. Him and Gina went through a lot, but do we notice him and Gina just never really had a baby? I think they coming out with a new Martin. Did y'all know that they finna start airing the show Martin again? I would love to. I am gonna check it out because I hope on this segment of Martin, I hope that this time Gina and Martin actually have a baby. But yeah, y'all, it was certain shows that I feel like did promote for through the whole era of the '90s that it was okay to live single and just sleep around and do grown folk stuff. But then at the same time, because abortion was legal, people begin to take matters in their own hands and they say, look, I don't want this baby. So as long as I'm not further than 16 weeks alone, I can get rid of this baby. I've always had a problem with that. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Before I even knew, being the oldest of 8 kids, like, because I just want to give some personal, like, some of my personal experiences of why I look at life the way I do. You got to understand, y'all talking to a person who was raised in an 8 children household. None of us was living with. That's a strong woman in itself. She took her 8 kids. She didn't give none of us up and none of that. No matter what the family looked at it as, whether the daddy was there or not, my mama made sure her kids stay together. Shout out, mom, to you this morning. She'll see this later because I ain't got to lie about nothing. Okay, and people used to always judge my mama. I feel for her to this day. Not feel sorry for her. I'm talking about a strong black woman. She didn't just have kids out here, regardless of what people was talking about. Uh, to not, to not. At the end of the day, where I want to go with this? Number one, my mama was married. See, I'm grown now. I'm on people ass for the way they came at my mama when she was younger. Okay, my mama was married. And even before she was looking at the Bible or any of that that told her be fruitful and multiply, she did what she wanted to do with her life. And I feel like she a blessed woman. A lot of women can't tell you they procreated, recreated 8 times, and they got 8 different versions of themselves to look at every day. You got your oldest daughter, your middle daughter, your youngest daughter, your oldest son. See, I still ain't had a son yet. I would love to see what a boy version of myself would be in this world, but times is changing so much. I don't know if I'm gonna get there far. Y'all hear me? But I do love the girls that I have, and they are girls, so I'll be teaching them from a different point of view. Man, we finna get deep this morning, cause you got mothers that, like I said, if they not aborting the baby, if they not aborting the baby, they just bad mothers altogether. I don't know what y'all would consider a bad mother or a good mother, but it shows almost that they don't even want to be in the position they are in, regardless of if they have kids or not, or if they became a mother. That's why oftentimes they say, being a sperm donor don't make you a father. You know what I'm saying? Carrying a baby for 9 months don't make you a mother. That's just the natural course of how things work. You a sperm donor. You a person that carried a baby for 9 months. As a matter of fact, I respect the ones that can see early on that, no, I don't want to be a mother. See, there's ways to do things though. That's why you have adoption. Y'all notice adoption and abortion both start. I don't know what I'm on yet, but they both start with the letter A, the alpha letter A. That means you have two options. You had two options before the Roe versus Wade laws changed. It's crazy. Like, you could carry your baby and still give your baby up for adoption. A lot of people are saying that we foster and orphanage care systems are about to see an increase of children. Because I want to talk about the pros and the cons of to this law changing. And I agree with people on that. I didn't think about that. Like, bro, I hope the system is ready since they so quick to tell women what to do with their bodies and what they can and can't do. I hope they ready for the increase in orphanages and foster care systems that we're about to see. If we already having a food shortage in for common people, see, I think about places like hospitals. I think about places like prisons. I think about people like mental health facilities. When you holler something like a food shortage, because to me, those places would also be affected. When a farmer notices that gasoline is prices are beginning to rise, feeding prices, the stuff they need to feed their animals on the farms. Y'all wondering why I'm bringing up farmers? We need to respect farmers out here if we never have before. We do. Because these people have been doing what they do for a very long time, and our grocery stores wouldn't be full of the food, the produce, the vegetables and fruit that we see without our farmers. And I'm not listening to people. I'm listening to the farmers right now. Y'all can tune in to whatever media stream you want to. I've been listening to, you know what I'm saying, things that the farmers are starting to see. Things that the truckers out here are starting to see. You know what I'm saying? Because these are the people who play a vital role in how our food is even transported, how our food is even produced a lot of the time. And if they telling y'all gas is getting high, it's costing them to farm the way they used to. Animal and cattle are dying. Y'all like, what they got to do with abortion? I'm finna let y'all know in a minute. It has a lot. It has a lot to do with it. If you ask me, that means we struggling to feed the billion people that's already here. That's why I say I ain't mad about every change that's happening. Y'all out here saying the government trying to control who can have kids and who can't. But see, you always had the power to reproduce. You always had the power to know whether you want to have sex or not and who you're mating with. I'm just bringing people back to reality about this. You know what I'm saying? You always had that right as an American. And we see what Americans chose while they had this right, quote unquote right to abort kids. We see what they was choosing. I encourage y'all to go look up abortion rates before this law was changed today. How many people was running to get abortions in secret? Which I say in secret because it ain't our business. Like who who is going to get an abortion, when, and why? It's really not my business. But statistics don't lie. Sometimes they do, but statistics ain't got no reason to lie about that. Statistics also gonna show you how many babies are born a day in this country. Statistics also gonna show you how much divorce rate has some like divorce percentage rates have went up just in the past 20 years. And we saying we never saw the day that they might overturn Roe versus Wade. To me, Congress is doing all they can. You see what I'm saying? To try to, I don't know, I ain't gonna say the word I wanna say, but we done gave America all these rights, and they showing us what they what they rather do. They rather lay up and have sex with any and everybody and pimp and this and that and everything else, and then turn around and abort innocent babies. Now you had people for a long time. I've heard it all. They said an embryo ain't a human yet. Have y'all heard that one before? People try to tell you an embryo is not a human. So, technically you're not doing nothing wrong uh when you choose to abort the life of an embryo. To me, it became a human the day it got attached to your umbilical cord, because that's how technically that's how a whole life starts. I could go deeper about it. Did y'all know that once sperm attached to an egg, scientists say that a spark of light happens. It doesn't have to mean nothing, but I want y'all to know that and go research what I said. This is really true. A spark of light happens. I found this out about 3 years ago, and I already had 3 kids at that time, and I didn't even know that. Because, in school, when they teach us about reproduction, they'll talk about the egg, the sperm, menstrual cycles, and how a woman is body reproduces and all of this, why the menstrual cycle is essential and stuff like this. But I never heard in one science class, chemistry class, biology, what's the other one? Anatomy class. I did take something like a pre-anatomy class in high school. Some high schools offer these type of classes because you might want to be a doctor after you leave high school, so you can get a whole college credit for certain biology and chemistry classes that you take. I'm not saying this makes me the smartest person or nothing, but at one point I did want to be not a brain surgeon, but what they call an anesthesiologist. Until I found out how long they had to go to school, y'all. I had big dreams out here. Yeah, I wanted to be. You would think an anesthesiologist like wouldn't have to go to school as long as they do, but I'm telling y'all, once I found out, and that shouldn't have discouraged me, but they actually be in school just as long as what you would call a brain doctor has to be in school, a brain surgeon. Cause you got to know what you're doing when you putting somebody body under like they whole, you putting them to sleep before a surgery. You got to know what you're doing. Anyways, I don't know how I got on that, but I was just trying to tell y'all, research that in your free time. A whole spark of light happens once the egg touched the embryo. Cause people don't understand yet why I'm pro life. Why I feel like life matters once it becomes a life, and why we should have never, I don't know. I'm telling y'all, I did a segment just the other day on spiritual judgment versus earthly judgment. So I don't laugh because what's happening in the world is funny. I laugh because I have a sense of humor. When you get to a certain level of perception and understanding, to me, you've earned the honor of laughing at certain things, because I was just the other day on a segment on my channel talking about how if we were to open our minds to how spiritual judgment is almost similar to what we call earthly judgment. when it comes to judgment, judgment exists in the first place because there has to be laws somewhere. LAWS, laws. Laws exist in certain orders, in certain systems, in certain environments. What is a law? Something that is pretty much put in place to keep order in a certain system, in a certain environment, in a certain community, right? I might have laws to my household, and my laws in my house may not resemble the laws in your house. You never thought about that, did you? You have laws in your home. Those laws probably are take your shoes off at my door. Wear a mask when you come in my house. Wash your hands before you touch food in my kitchen. You wouldn't look at that as a law, but practically that's what that is. So I try to get people to look at that from that perspective. Laws were put in place even in this country to try to keep a order about things. So when the 70s came and you had a law go into effect, they say, look, you can no longer penalize a woman who wants to abort a baby. Well, you had women feel like they had more freedom. My question is, before the 70s, before anybody was speaking on whether a woman could keep her baby or not, what were women doing if they didn't want a baby? And I'm not encouraging anybody to find new ways to abort their kids and things like that. What I'm doing is trying to give people, keep the perception on reality for a second. I mean, nobody wants to hear this, but we all know it's true. You don't have to worry about getting pregnant in the first place if you're not doing something that causes you to get pregnant. Now, ladies, there are a few special cases where I say I would understand. And guess what? A father telling you he don't want the baby, a sperm donor, I should say, a sperm donor telling you he don't want to be there, he don't want no parts of the baby. To me, is no reason to get an abortion. And it's funny, there has never been outside of child support. Like people have always been against child support. That's crazy. But ladies, I guess at the same time, we finna see how child support payers have been feeling. People who have had to have laws, whole orders set in place just to properly function in their kids' life. We finna see how they feel with abortion law changes. This is what I mean. You had a lot of dads out here, fathers, sperm donors, whatever you want to call it, because there's mothers that pay child support too, who have always felt like child support was not a good thing to ever have put in place in America. Well, what was the country supposed to do when you got women having all these babies and sperm donors, you know what I mean, just being able to walk away from their responsibility? To me, we can't judge a woman that go have an abortion when you have men that abandon their whole kids' lives whenever they feel like it. To me, that's a form of abortion because you're not killing a baby, but you're killing parts of their self-esteem. You're killing parts of their right to know their lineage, their bloodline, have some type of connection to the other side of their family. When you're not just walking on the out on a child. I'm telling y'all, in my eyes, how abortion looks on the side of a father and on the side of the woman who's carrying the baby all together. Is it not also a form of abortion when a man just walks out on his child life even after the child is born? Maybe I do need to be at some of these protest marches just so I can speak in the xylophone about how I feel about certain things. You know what I mean? Nobody there was never like a man not just gonna get thrown in jail for walking out of his child life. It's never been that way. Now, if certain things are put in place in order, for example, like child support that say, look, you supposed to have this child on the weekends, the summers, every 2 days, and bring this child back at 6 o'clock. You're also supposed to help the mother pay for medical insurance, band camp. These are what we're going to garnish payments for because this is what the mother is saying that she need help need help with when it comes to contributing to that child. Once that order is set in place, that's why I encourage y'all to really go check out my other segment titled Spiritual Judgment versus Earthly Judgment, because I feel like y'all will see where I'm coming from a little bit. With this segment right here, because I literally just recorded this segment the other day, and I didn't even know what was going to happen with the Roe versus Wade thing and abortion laws. I didn't know what the Supreme Court, what, you know what I'm saying, what they were going to decide, just like every other commoner out here. Boom. Isn't it? I'm trying to find the words to say this. Wouldn't that still be considered a form of abortion for a parent to just abandon their child, even when the child is born, even when the child has, you know what I'm saying, lived out their 9, 10 months in the womb and is now, you know what I'm saying, living is a whole life, a physical life on earth, and you just walk out that child life. No man was ever thrown in jail for that. Now, what he can be thrown in jail for is like once there's a child support order in place and he's not, we got to understand a child support order judgment is just like any other judgment. If you're not upholding it, you got a lot of people that know their rights or they knew their rights for a long time who know how to have that order you know what I'm saying, updated, changed. I was trying to find the word for it. Or upheld a certain way. Just like a protection order or anything else. It takes you going against that order to end up in jail. But nobody ever just went to jail for not being there for their child. That has never been like illegal in the United States. Think about that for a second. Just walking out on your child. The fact is, I know a lot of men feel like for a long time they had a right to say, well, I don't. Once a woman tell him she pregnant, he just had a right all these years to say, well, I don't want to be a part of the baby life. And even if he didn't speak on it, actions speak louder than words. Ladies know better than anybody whether a man told you he wanted to be a part of that baby life or not, because some men do tell you they're gonna be there. Okay, but their actions have always spoken louder than words. Why am I bringing men into my argument, into my point of view? Because it has always, in a natural course of life, it has always taken a man that carries sperm and a woman that carries eggs to come together and even create a baby in the first place. No woman ever just laid up and got pregnant on her own. Let's remember that now. And it has never, y'all think about this for a second, it's never been against the law to walk out on your child. For a man, no man ever got locked up for that. I'm finna talk about the women's side too in 1 second. It's never been illegal for a man to walk out on his responsibility. A woman would literally have to go to the state courts, how things work in the United States, and ask for a child support order, ask to set that up. You know what I'm saying? Before any type of legal penalties would come on to a man or somebody that abandoned a child. This right has always existed too. What am I talking about? The right to adoption, the right to give up your right of care to the state, the right to give up your right of care to a family member if you didn't want a child. I want y'all to know this because you don't have too many more options left. Half of the states right now, you can probably still go, and I don't know how long this is going to last, but you still are going to have maybe 13 to 20 states that still allow you to come there and get a professional abortion done, if I can call it that. But people are already looking at that. You can barely travel to work and afford that right now, but a lot of y'all are you still are going to find it in your heart to travel to a whole nother state, a whole nother country, just to get an abortion done, instead of sitting back and evaluating your life and asking yourself how you even laid down and got pregnant to begin with. You don't want to do that type of personal inside internal work on yourself like that. See, I see this on both sides. I see how women think it's wrong that, you know what I'm saying, they feel like they're being stripped of their right to keep a baby or, uh, you know what I'm saying, abandon a baby because men have been able to abandon these children for a long time. They might not do it in the form of abortion, and sometimes they will pay a woman to go have that done. You got a lot of men that have handled their responsibilities like that. They sat there and gave the woman money to go and have this done. What I'm saying is, look at how times are changing, guys, right before our eyes. You guys are not going to have this option anymore. Things are inflating so much. Where you finna cough up extra money to pay a woman to go take care of a seed that you don't want as soon as you find out she's 6 weeks pregnant? Where are you going to cough up that type of money when rent prices are going up, when gas prices are going up, when there are food shortages happening? That's why I say a part of me is not mad, and y'all excuse me because I'm human. I'm not even mad about the way that things are playing out. Either way it go, it seems like things are changing at a rapid rate to where people are going to be forced to look at their life. They're going to be forced to ask themselves why they are not prepared for certain things. They're going to be forced to ask themselves how they ended up in certain positions that they are in, looking at themselves on levels that they never had to assess themselves. Because, see, when you had positive speakers out here, preachers, mentors, advocates of certain things who've been out here trying to get y'all to look at things from a different perspective when it came to your life, nobody wanted to hear it. But let a law change. Let a law change in Congress. Let a law change in Supreme Court. Oh, now everybody attention is focused to what's being important, to what's being at hand, to lives being at stake. Some are predicting that foster care and orphanages are about to be fuller. Let me keep going. Some are predicting that child abuse cases just might go up. When it comes to that one right there, I tell people, y'all do know child abuse cases been up, right? When abortion was legal. So to me, this is a deeper issue than just child abuse cases that might possibly rise. Child abuse case percentages. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna do y'all a favor. I want to actually talk to people that work in certain industries with children. Uh uh like people that work in hospitals, people that work in foster care systems, people that work in child care facilities. I don't want just the perceptions and opinions of women. I also want to hear from people that have worked with children for a very long time. Work for work towards the well-being of children altogether, especially in orphanages and foster care systems. Because if I'm predicting what I'm predicting right, these people have been having their work cut out for them. And people think they're doing a great charitable work when they send something like a donation check, when they go and volunteer 2 or 3 times out the year. This is what this has looked like. To me, we did wrong by our youth. We did wrong by our children, by our younger generations a long time ago when something like abortion became legal. You had people that were not aborted that felt like they could come on this earth. You had people that made it through 9, 10 months of their mother's own conceptions and gave life to them however they came about, who came here, grew up, became adults, and the best thing they could do was work towards a cause, and they felt like they was giving people some type of freedom. They was doing us a favor. This is weird to me. Let me get to my point. They felt like they were doing something great when this is what they used their life. This is what they contributed to the world doing. Helping helping birth control come on the scene, helping, which to me birth control has never been natural. I don't care how y'all try to look at it. The best way, the most natural way to control birth is to control, because women, we have always had the right to look at when, our menstruation cycle periods. A man that really know you should know when you what time of the month that you are fertile, what time of the month that you are not fertile, y'all know what I mean, like what time of the month you're menstruate. This is what I'm talking about. So a woman should know that type of information about herself. You had control of birth from the beginning. I'm saying this is what happens when you have, because people are really hurt right now. They feel like their rights are being stripped from them when it comes to whether they're allowed to have a baby or not. To me, you're gonna have a lot of people, if abortion is becoming against the law, you're gonna have a lot of people locked up too. Cause now you still trying to go do something that's against the law. You still laying up having sex wherever, whenever you feel like it, getting pregnant, still trying to find ways to get rid of the baby. And how things are turning, if somebody turn you in because they find out you go do it and it's now against the law, there is probably going to be some type of penalty to what you are trying to do. That's how the law works. When law change, something is banned, something is mandated, something is regulated, and you go against it. I'm just reminding people why laws are set in place in the first place. You had a lot of what y'all call Karens before the trend of calling people Karens even came out. Let me get y'all focused for a second. You had a lot of people that were such upstanding citizens that every time they saw somebody that they felt like in their eyes was breaking the law about something, that was quick to report you or turn you in about something. But see, things is about to start hitting home for everybody. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with an upstanding citizen. Somebody who wants to keep the American law alive, somebody who wants to see everybody abide by every law and regulation to the T, and they were willing to turn you in anything they saw that you were doing outside of what was considered legal. Yeah, Karens have existed for a very long time. What y'all call Karens? I'm still here. I'm muted from time to time because I be having to take a pause break, y'all. And y'all don't probably see my point of bringing that up. It's crazy. Like for example, when my point is, let's think about what laws are in the first place, why they're put in place, whether there's a good agenda, bad agenda. We want to argue about that. A law is a law. So y'all mean to tell me when certain laws go into place about certain things, I guess that's just a part of American culture and what we do. If we don't agree with it, we're gonna protest. We're gonna try to rise up against it. Woo woo woo. Let me remind y'all that abortion laws, abortion rights, abortion mandates and stuff like that, it's nothing but another law that changed. Another y'all, what it is to me is like, let's look at the deeper thing here. You had a lot of what you would call constitution lovers, people that felt like the constitution was so perfect, people that felt like amendments were so, amendments had no kind of fault in them at all. So they're hurt because certain amendments are being twigged and rethought and changing at a time where they feel like it's the worst time to change them. Abortions are not the only thing that has been changing here lately. Abortion rights. They're also looking at banning weapons, possibly banning them or not banning them, just for the safety of people. It's really crazy. It's a real crazy time to be alive. It's also an exciting time to be alive. We're seeing things change in this country that have never changed before. I wish I had somebody on here that could tell y'all firsthand in the first place how much something like an abortion procedure, when you go and have it done professionally, cost it. it's always it's always been a profit or money behind certain things. That's something that I assess. Just like prisons and the prison system, just like the education system, they call it free education, but we all know when you go to college, ain't nothing free about that unless you get grants and scholarships to help you pay for that. Uh, there's nothing ever been free about healthcare to begin with. Anytime you need a surgery, somebody paying for that. You need an organ, you need a blood transplant, you need any type of medication, prescription. It's always gonna cost you something. So this look no different when somebody needed an abortion. I hope this makes sense. That's never been free. That's why this can be looked at as just like a opening you know what I mean, podcast that I do about this topic, but I'm gonna definitely have some guests on the show because I want to hear from women that have actually had abortions, why they went that far. And it's not hard for me to locate them being an author and a researcher and things like this. I want to interview people who have worked with children, you know, work in the profession of working with children for a long time, the type of things that they saw and why certain children ended up in certain systems. This has been going on. Like it's been an issue, and we want to make the issue about abortion rights all of a sudden. We what? Because when y'all go out there and protest, what are you protesting for? That's my question. At the end of the day, all I'm hearing is, well, we're protesting because we feel like nobody should tell us what to do with our bodies. That's crazy. Because, like, on a deeper level, people have been telling you what you can and can't do with your body. You either disregarded it or you let it affect you from the beginning. People been telling y'all you shouldn't have sex outside of marriage, and then you got a lot of people that's married and the marriages still don't work out. So a woman might end up with children on her own, uh, just because that's what I'm saying, y'all. Man never went to prison just because he didn't want the responsibility of his child. Y'all tell me what man went to prison for that. That's never been a law out here. You see what I'm saying? But now when a law changes and a woman can become, you know, subject to penalties for having an abortion all of a sudden, all these women are angry. I'm trying to see the correlation with this real quick. I guess I can see where women feel like that's injustice in a way. Because for a long time, women have still taken care of their children, regardless of what support or no support that they got, whether they had support or they didn't have support. You know what I mean? A lot of people can agree with me on that. Like a lot of children were raised the best way that a mother knew to raise them or take care of them, whether the sperm donor contributed or not. So my respect. Father's Day just passed. Y'all probably didn't catch that. You mean the Roe versus Wade update went into effect right after Father's Day? Yeah, you playing with people emotions. Just the other day, y'all was screaming Happy Father's Day to everybody. Just in May, just last month, you were screaming Happy Mother's Day to everybody. But this is what I'm talking about. That's the American way. That's the American culture. You're supposed to tell your mother Happy Mother's Day. You're supposed to tell your father Happy Father's Day. But are we looking at, you know, what's really been going on in American culture? To me, we hide the truth, the things that we're supposed to be been talking about with a happy Mother's Day, with a happy Father's Day, with a happy Independence Day, with a Merry Christmas, with a happy Thanksgiving. But we've never really truly uh to me been thankful for life as we should be if women had, you know, the right to go terminate a life just because she want to. If a man had the right to pay her the money to go get an abortion when he felt like it just because he didn't want the baby. Like I said, because I didn't finish saying it, but I can understand those special circumstances where a woman might have been raped, a woman, a young lady might have been molested. Because if y'all didn't know, you got a lot of babies out here walking. Where do y'all think those babies came from? When it comes to procreation, when it comes to how people ended up on this earth, I'm trying to put it in a certain I'm trying to say it a certain way. People have came here through all type of different ways. As a matter of fact, on Facebook yesterday, I saw a live stream about something. Y'all know we live in an age of video footage and people putting things on camera right in the midst of a certain circumstance. And what it was, a whole woman walked in on her baby daddy. So he wasn't her husband, he wasn't her boyfriend, but they did have a child together, right? She walks in. These are the times we living in. Let me tell y'all what I saw on Facebook yesterday. A woman walks in on her baby daddy. I ain't even got y'all probably like who was it? Yeah, he was in the bed. He was in the bed with somebody. And it wasn't her best friend. It was a family member. It wasn't just some chick. This is how disrespectful. Not only was this going down in her house, because anybody can understand why your baby daddy might be at your house. And they wonder why people like me have trust issues as it. I'm just not so quick to trust people. That's all I mean. I'm not so quick to trust people. This woman walks in on her baby daddy and her own mama in the bed. What type of generation am I living in? Because this is about abortion, right? Because to me, the mama would be the type of person to run. She'd be one of the first people, the baby daddy trying to convince her to go get an abortion. If a baby was to come out of a situation like that. But see, people don't think about stuff. They just out here doing stuff. I just want to bring this up for example. This woman walks in on her mother, y'all, and her baby daddy. I don't need to. I didn't know what to think about that. Like, but the best thing she knew to do was to put it on live on Facebook to literally record them being caught in the act. And boy, y'all should have seen their faces. They look so shamed. They look so like, oh my God, I got caught about this. But what was y'all thinking to end up in that situation in the first place? This how spiteful people be, or can I call it selfish as a legal grandmother, as a grandmother by blood. How do you end up in the bed with your grandchild daddy? This the type of stuff going on out here. That's why I'm telling y'all, babies come into this world all kinds of ways. That's nothing new. That's unfortunate. Sisters sleeping with exes, brothers sleeping with brothers, exes, just a lot of stuff. I ain't gonna say that's unlawful, but you want to talk about anything goes. This is the new American culture. This is the new way of life. It's crazy. I wouldn't care what change out here. I'ma still have some type of moral, some type of like I'ma have a boundary about how far I'm willing to go. Now that was just one example, and I just seen it yesterday. But I know real instances of stuff like this. The mama in the bed with the daughter's ex or the daughter in the bed with the mama man. This the type of stuff been going on out here. Not just in the black community either. I'm talking about when it comes to quote unquote American culture. People being given all these freedoms and rights. No, nobody gonna want to hear the point of view I'm coming from. Probably not. I'm not here for popularity. I'm here for authenticity. Let's look at the truth. Let's look at what's real. Sugarcoat Sugarcoating things to me only takes you so far. Y'all give me a second. I'm re-warming up my coffee here. I'm gonna re-warm up my coffee because this stream may be about 3-4 hours long today. This will be my version of part one. Cause the next time I come on here and do this topic here, I gotta have some other women's opinion about this. Y'all probably like, what does a man being caught in the bed, a baby daddy being caught in the bed with his baby mama have to do with anything? A lot. This is the stuff that's considered cool culture now in this country. It's stupid. And guess what? There's no law. There's no law. Like a man is not this. Let me tell y'all. Let me remind y'all about something. I'm warming up my coffee. A man is not gonna be quote unquote like penalized, sent to prison in this culture. A baby daddy is not gonna be locked up for sleeping with the mother of his child's mother. Did y'all know that? That's how American culture works. He's not gonna be penalized. To me, this is what happens when you tell somebody they have so much freedom and so many rights. It's crazy. Like I say, there's a pro and a con to everything, and I like to look at things for what they is. Look at things on both sides. I will never be one side. I like to have an open mind and also hear other people's perceptions and opinions about certain matters. It's crazy. Warming up my coffee, y'all. Now, in American culture, a woman has never, she's not going to be penalized for being quote unquote, which I would call a whore. She's not going to be thrown in prison for being a whore. But if she's caught like soliciting her body or selling her body, that is against the law. I'm breaking this down so y'all can see it the way I'm looking at something real quick. Have y'all noticed that? Now prostitution is illegal. Pimping is illegal, or selling somebody, kind of making them do something against their will, that's illegal. But a woman sleeping with I mean a man sleeping with the mother of his child's mother, like I told y'all I saw on Facebook yesterday, is not illegal. uh a woman just being a quote unquote whore, sleeping around with anybody she want to sleep with, is not illegal. Y'all see how they work? But people are crying and protesting and doing all of this about abortion law changes. I'm trying to find a correlation to, like, I'm trying to find the where do we meet? Where do we divide about this thing? For real. So I agree with that. The Constitution never been perfect. That's why things have, this is not new for the youngsters that don't understand, for the new Gen X's, for the millennials that don't understand. It has never been uncommon for amendments to change, for amendments to be retwigged, like whatever word you want to call it. You know what I mean? To somebody's liking, and a lot of amendments changed in the first place because you had people that stood up for certain causes a long time ago, and they kept standing up about it until something changed. But now you got all these people that saying, "Oh yeah, for sure, I'm gonna go vote. I'm gonna make sure I go vote this next midterm because I don't like what's happening with what they're saying about abortions." Y'all gonna go vote when they change these gun laws and stuff too? You're gonna go vote when there's a ration on food and stuff too? And I'm seeing it all happen right before my eyes. Like, nobody wants to do internal work and look at the mistakes that they are working. I mean, that they have been making, like personally, like as individuals. This is the way of American culture. They don't want to look at that, but let a law be changed that people feel like is going against their freedom. I'm just telling y'all, get ready, because this is this is becoming the norm. This is the quote unquote. I love that term American culture because I don't feel like people understand what that means. Every continent or country has their own culture. Like, what is the norm? What is accepted and what, you know what I mean? What is not accepted. So America as well has their own culture. And I didn't care if I was a citizen here or not. I'm not just gonna trend and be a part of something just because it's a way of culture. On certain things, I have to either uh follow my own path about certain things, because every culture trend is not going to be popular with me either. I hope that makes sense to y'all. I'm gonna mute this for a second. I'll be right back. We're about to have somebody chime in really quick, y'all. Another lady. Stay tuned, guys. I have it on pause because we're about to have a guest real quick. I'm still here, guys. All right, guys, I'm still here. I just took a pause break, but we are about to have we're gonna have a second point of view on this thing in 1 second. My guest is trying to enter. If you like to enter the chat, hit the link in the comments, guys. I'll be on here for a minute this morning. If you're new to my channel, welcome. We are talking about the changes, the risk, what changes might look like after the Roe versus Wade overturn that went into effect. Uh, this is going down in history as June 24th, 2022. We want to hear your opinions about this topic. I'm putting it back on mute, guys. I'm about to have us another guest come in and speak it from her perspective. Ladies, feel free to join in. I'm putting it on mute again. I'm still here. Thank you guys for your support and the few viewers that we had this morning. I appreciate you guys. Stay tuned, stay tuned. I got a guest trying to get in the chat real quick, y'all. I want y'all to hear a second woman's opinion. I just gave mine from the Crown Content Publications perspective. She'll be on with us in about 5 minutes. Y'all stay tuned real quick. Thank you guys for your support this morning. Happy Saturday morning to you guys out here. Y'all know I had to come on and talk about the versus Wade overturn and what this is going to look like for American women from this day forward. We are up and on it this morning on the Crown Content Publications YouTube channel. Ladies, feel free to chime in. The link is at the bottom of it's in the comment section and the live chat this morning. We're going to keep it hot. We're going to keep it flowing. We want perspectives from all ethnicities. We have finally come to, this is something that affects women no matter what culture you come from, what color you are in America. Will this possibly lead to people, if laws keep changing where people feel like they don't have a right to, to do what they want in this country? This was known as the land of the free and everything. Are people still feeling like this is that same place? We want to hear your perspective. I'm still gonna get you in the chat, Miss Smile 73. We're gonna get this right this morning. I'm putting it on mute to my viewers. Well, you know what? We can hear you. Let's do it like this. What is your take? That's what I'm asking this morning, Smile 73. Shout out your YouTube channel in case people want to subscribe this morning. We having some technicals real quick. Y'all let me know if y'all trying to enter the chat if it's giving y'all some issues. One viewer is giving her issues. She's trying to jump on here with me. That's why I keep putting it on mute, but we finna get this right. Yes, yes, yes. I mean, if it, we got some people tuning in with us live, and we got a few guests finna enter the studio, guys. Thank you for your patience. Happy Saturday, Velvet Oasis events. We see you down there in the chat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We can hear you now. So good morning. Good morning from Texas. I'm in the mountains out here, sis. People are out here protesting as early as this morning. They have a real problem with being told what they can and can't do with their bodies in America. What is your opinion and take on this? Get out of here at 9 this morning. That's crazy. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hmm. 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 Like a health risk. Hmm. Hmm. Right. Hmm. Hmm. Right. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, penalized. what my first thing is like before 73 though, Oasis events, before this was like legal to go in public and have an abortion if you wanted that done, what were women doing if they found themselves pregnant and didn't want the baby? You see? Before Plan B and Planned Parenthood.
So I remember a lot of older women when I was younger, when they grew up like back in the 50s,
Hmm.
a lot of young ladies who did get pregnant were sent off to like, I don't want to call them camps, but institutions where you could carry the baby out and
Hmm.
basically have the baby and then put the baby up for adoption.
You're right. Those type of institutions have existed. In case the listeners didn't know, they have what you call, even if they if you decide you don't want the baby, I think they, it's like they give you a safe place to carry the baby, like rooming and board. Um, and until the adoption parents were ready, or until they could find a family. I forgot about those type of institutions. They're very real.
Yeah, so it's like a lot of the elders when
Uh
I
huh.
was younger, what they would tell me is like, such and such down the street, you know, they were told that he had to go out of town, go visit family for a few months, and then he would come back. It was like it was very, very low. Um, like nobody knew unless that family or that young lady said, "Hey, I went away because I got pregnant and had the baby." So you had that as an option, but then you had those who didn't even want to go through the pregnancy. And so, from what I was told, there were places that women knew about that you could go to, and they would either take coat fingers, the wire coat fingers, and they would usually use those and ram it up into the uterus
Uh huh.
and wiggle it around to create the fetus out. And those were very dangerous because a lot of women caught infections and things like that, and then still had to go to the hospital to treat it. But a lot of women were very desperate during that time, so that's what they would do. And then you had those who claimed that they could help get rid of the baby by drinking certain herbs or something like that to help the Lord. And I think the term for those type of procedures were called back alley procedures.
Mhm.
Those back alley abortions, which still exist today. Um, in other countries, I believe you could go into somebody's home and they could perform the procedure like that. Um, but here in the states, from what I was told when I was younger by the elder women, that's how they took care of that.
Mm, mm, mm. I hope the American women are listening out there. I feel like we just got so spoiled over here. We never took the time to think about what women in other countries may have had the option to do or not do. Y'all do know in other countries, child support is not even, it's not even a thing. You know what I mean?
No, it's not. But marriage is a thing in other
Right.
countries.
And sometimes in other countries, this could look like you being the third or fourth wife of a man, and all y'all having kids by him.
Well, that's a very small percentage of other countries practice that,
Hmm.
and they're okay with it. Um, there in some countries, from what I heard, there's women who have multiple husbands and have a lot of kids, so they're good with that. Every it just depends. I know here in America, marriage is not really a cultural thing here.
Right, right. Like we have the option, but
Right?
all this, it's almost like it's becoming unpopular unless we look at it as how it benefits us. You know what I mean? It's not about um when I say benefits us, I think people look at it financially. There's not like Hey, are our kids going to be okay if we split up and all of that? This is just a real topic. This is American culture. Before you got on here, I was talking about American culture, trying to make people understand that when you talk about culture, that's a real thing. Every country has their own way of doing things. And it's like before people protest to me, they got to sit back and look at what they have accepted as American culture all these years. What, when it comes to holidays, and you probably didn't catch this, Velvet Oasis, but I noticed this Roe versus Wade overturn thing happened right after Father's Day. You see that? Father's Day was what, June 19th? And I'm just wondering if the fathers out here, because I was trying to put the correlation together, does this just affect American culture women or men too when you say now abortion is illegal? I feel like men need to pay attention to that too. Let's be more conscious and aware of what we are doing with our bodies before we try to tell somebody they don't have a right to tell us what to do with our body. Because you're gonna do what you want to do with your body anyway. I don't see people point with it. I'm not saying don't protest for what you feel like is right. We didn't see people protesting about stem cell research, did we? You heard me?
Yes. I'm not really sure about that one, but I'm pretty sure there were some people, probably in other countries, that were protesting about that. I remember when they came out with the whole cloning thing back
Hmm.
in the, gosh, I forgot when it was that, the whole cloning with the sheep. And that was the most horrific thing I had ever heard of in my life at the time. Like, how are they do this? Um, but as I did more research, they've been doing it ever since, like, I think the 40s. They've been practicing cloning, and they just now came out with it during the time that it came out in the news. But I thought that was, I knew that there was a turn in science at that point and that came out in the news about cloning.
Hmm.
Um, but I digress with that. I know my own mother, when I was a young mom myself, she was telling me how, it was four of us. It was me and three of my brothers, but she told me she herself had gone to have two abortions. And it wasn't her choice to get it done, it was her husband, my stepdad.
Hmm.
So she never wanted it, but because he didn't want any more kiddos, um, it was done, you know. But because she was married, and during that time, it was whatever your husband said, right?
Hmm.
So it hurt her for years. She was hurt. So that haunted her, and I mean, she kept talking about it and kept talking about it. Um, I don't think the conversation of the mental and physical wear and tear
Right.
that procedure has on women is not really discussed. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I've had the procedure done myself
Hmm.
when I was younger. Had no idea how painful physically, spiritually, and mentally that procedure is. They never tell you
See,
that.
I'm glad I have this platform for women. We definitely got more topics coming in the future, but people just hearing real insides when it comes to being a woman in American culture altogether. And what we've been experiencing over here, women in third world countries have I'm glad they came out and told me, like, a lot of y'all got it so made over there, and it I've been glad to be the voice for women here lately. Like, you don't know what we go through in American culture. you know um just know that every country has its pros and cons,
Right.
and I think it's interesting to be living during a time where people just really feel like, oh, that's the land of the free. We want to migrate there and start new lives there. Seem like as soon as they start doing it here in the past 10 years, they get to personally see with their own eyes. You know what I'm saying? Every time a law change here, That's how American culture is. You're gonna abide by, or there's gonna be penalties. Then you got countries like China and stuff that may be a little more strict. Afghanistan and stuff. You know, when it comes to rights for women. The UK, Russia. So I think it eventually that's coming anyway, where women will finally get to just like, look, this is what we've been going through for years, for ages, right? When it comes to our voices and our opinions about certain topics. Me and a young lady were talking last night, and I brought that up. I said, I wonder, is there just is do we think about the mental state? I can even see, I know I want to go into the work of a therapist eventually, but I said I wonder, would I work with kids, battered women, drug addicts? And I said, I never thought the category of women who have had to go through abortions, miscarriages, what they call it after you have a baby, that depression you go through.
Postpartum.
Yeah, postpartum. So that makes it an even deeper topic. We know that abortion and adoption are practically the only two options we've ever been given as American women when it comes to a child that you might not be ready for, or that you don't, what I mean, you don't really want the responsibility of. But at the same time, it's been one sided to me, because dads, all they got to do is walk away from it. Women, we got to figure out a real solution every time, on our own.
Now, I'm going to add to that. I know a lot of men who were very hurt that the women that they were with or impregnated did have the procedure done because they really did want a child. So I believe we need to look at male and female, both parties involved in
Right.
creating um, this child, because it's not just her decision. It's really not. It's his too. Like I was saying with my own mom, she didn't want to have it done, but my stepdad at the time, he did want to have it because mentally and financially he did not want it anymore. But my mother was like, "Who cares about that? This is a child, and we're going to be okay." So he didn't see it as that, and because he was already an abusive man, she went on ahead and had it done. Because what you don't want is to have or be with somebody who does not want a child, and you go through and you go ahead and have the child anyway. This person becomes very bitter and angry with you and the child because they never wanted the child in the first place. So there's a lot of factors to this. Just my opinion, that need to be looked at. It's not just the woman's decision. It's not, and it needs to be both parties who were involved. Now, if you cannot get the other party and they basically say, "I don't care what you do," then of course, yeah, you know. But if the other person is saying, "Hey, I really want this child, and I think we're going to be okay," and you got the woman saying, "Hey, I got a career, I got college, yada yada yada," yeah, then we have a problem. So yeah, and it all goes back to, these are some things that really need to be discussed before you lay down with a person.
Right, right.
And to me, again, it goes back to marriage. It's all a sin issue. This is a sin issue. It
Or
really is.
what we would call the repercussions of sins. They got a show that they used to call Seven Deadly Sins.
Mhm.
I'm like, is there really a seven cat? Because lust is one of them. I'm gonna tell you right now. And when you hear the word lust, Velvet Oasis, what do you think about? Like, what is lust?
Well, I don't have the definition in front of me, but you have lust and then you have lasciviousness. So they kind of go together. But
Like
this
gluttony, or like just extra greed?
this well, lasciviousness is over sexual, over just filthy type of sexuality.
Hmm.
This is what this country is running off of. Um, and this is what's being embedded from when the babies come out the womb, actually. They're
Hmm.
being born off into a society of lasciviousness.
Well,
And
especially these days.
it's been here for a while. It's just gotten worse over time. So if you're not guarding your eye gate, your ear gate, it's going to creep in there some kind of way. And then it's going to be hard to try to fight against it, especially for young people who are going to public school. I feel so sorry for these kids because they're constantly around it. And it's very sad, and I really don't know what weapons these kids are using to even fight against this stuff.
Hmm.
Because what do you got for kids? Peer pressure, trying to fit in, have friends, not seem like an oddball, not seeming too religious. You know, I can only imagine what these kids are dealing with and how they're fighting against this stuff. But once they give in to it,
Mm.
I think it's a downhill battle or uphill battle, I should say, uphill battle for a lot of them, especially if they don't have any support and you can't really talk to nobody. So if this law is into effect and now these young women cannot go and have the procedure done because they did fall into temptation or whatever, I think we're going to see an uprise of abuse if 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 they're being forced to keep children that they do not want.
Right.
That's
I
just
agree
my
with that.
my
It
opinion.
seems like because I don't think people understand where I'm coming from when I say, "Hey, there seems to be a war raging against women and children in general." It's like Roe versus Wade has to be overturned. That has to be, go into effect in the law before people hear your perspective or where you've been trying to come from about that. The law changes and it's like, oh my God, this is real.
Yeah, it's very real, and it to me, it's also a moral eye opener. So people can really look at how they're living. You
Hmm.
can't just be out here living in your old kind of way, throwing your sexuality around in any old kind of way anymore. You really got to consider what
Yeah.
you're doing, which should have been done from the get, but now it's like, oh, I can't just run and have this procedure done anymore. I got to really consider what I'm doing, and but that's where we're at right now in society. I know it's a big business too. I want to add that in.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like, in case people didn't know, abortions always they costed something. Even if you're going to do these back alley procedures. Planned Parenthood probably made $1 billion out here.
They made, I want to say more than that because when now I'm gonna be honest with you, when I went and had the procedure done, the majority of the women who were off in the waiting room were young Caucasian women where I went.
Hmm.
Um, a lot of them had males sitting next to them. I don't know who these males were. Um,
Probably a mixture of dads, brothers, boyfriends that actually had the money to contribute to having these procedures done.
right, right, right.
But when black women go in there, it was probably them by themselves. This is just a fact.
No,
That's
no. The few that were in there, some were by the some had men there with them as well. But what I'm saying, when I witnessed, the majority were young Caucasian women that were in there. So that I was like, wow, because I was thinking there was going to be more women that looked like me in there, and no, there wasn't. And I'm in Texas, so this was in Dallas,
hmm
Dallas, Texas, where I actually saw this, and I'm like, that is really, it was a shocker to me because from what I was being told, from what I read in articles, it was mostly us that was having this procedure done. And from what I saw in the clinic that day, that was not true.
Hmm.
So I just want to throw that in out in there. And then what they do is they go off of a sliding scale of your income. Your income, they go off of your income. So your income is what determines how much you pay.
Hmm.
So, which I was like, that's interesting. If you didn't
Oh,
have insurance,
it was like that.
huh?
It was like that with Planned Parenthood. They had that set up, to make it, I guess, affordable for anybody who wanted to come in and needed to have that done.
But but to me, it was still expensive. You know, a couple of hundreds of dollars is still expensive to me. Um, it wasn't like a $50 procedure. You can forget that. If you worked or if you had any type of income coming in, you're going to be paying up in the hundreds to have the procedure done. And then after that, like what I didn't understand then, what I understand now what it is, but there was no like after the procedure, you would think they would tell you, hey, this is a place you can go to talk to a counselor because this, and that is gonna, you're probably gonna have this happen to you. You know, the emotional, spiritual, and physical um, effects that come with the procedure. They never tell you that.
Mm.
So after it's done, like, yeah, first of all, like I said, it's extremely painful. Once you're going through it and you're laying there and you're having it done, there is no getting up. Like whatever they give you basically paralyzes you where you cannot move, but you can feel every ounce of pain, every ounce of pain. I'm just being honest. For anybody who has not experienced it, it's extremely painful.
Hmm.
Then afterwards, they put you in like this little recovery area where you go sit for about an hour, and then this wave of overwhelming sadness came over me, and I just started crying hysterically. So one of the nurses, because I'm like, after it was done, I'm like, what was that?
Hmm.
She called it something like it was like you're basically mourning. You're going through a short spurt of mourning. I'm like, what? Yeah, like your body is mourning. I'm like, why would my body be mourning? Like that was the most weirdest experience ever. And I'm like, why wasn't I told this before coming back in here? Like all of this should have been explained so
Hmm.
I could at least have the choice to say, hey, fine, I'll go ahead and experience that. Let's just get it done. Or you know what? I don't want to mourn. I don't want to go through that, so I'm leaving. Never had that option, and they don't give it to you. They're gonna tell you, come on in. We're gonna go by your income. It's gonna take this long, and then you're in and out. Basically, that's all they tell you.
Hmm.
After that wave of depression that comes, like you're sitting there and you're recovering, it's um it's like wow. Then you're able to leave. They don't tell you to go get, stay hydrated after the procedure because you go through a dehydration period afterwards. Well,
Hmm.
my experience was dehydration. Um, and then you need to rest a few days afterwards. So,
And this was probably before Plan B, this pill you could take, and all of that even came out. We it's levels to this that we talking about this morning. Now a woman, the Plan B is supposed to be a pill you can take the morning after, an hour after you lay down, and do this what people doing.
but if you're out here living a very,
They call it a sedentary lifestyle, just spontaneous sexuality life.
if you're out here having, I'm just gonna say a good time. You're living wild and free, right? I mean, after you've had a few drinks, are you really thinking about taking that, or do you take it before you go out and start partying? I'm just asking. Like, who's thinking about popping a pill after you've been out here, wild and free?
That's
I'm just being
crazy.
honest.
And they have the nerve to call it the woman's responsibility, like what she's doing. Because to me, Plan B is not a form of birth control.
Right.
That's
It's not.
That's something else.
And that tells you something. If a man is saying, or even a woman, because now it's not just a man thing. If the person you're choosing to have relations with
Hmm.
that doesn't think enough to make sure that you take that, they actually see you as basically a whore, prostitute, or whatever you want to call it, because you're just something cheap to go play with.
Hmm.
Really.
And this has been a part of American culture too long. Bring it out, Velvet Oasis.
Right. I'm just saying, you really are living a life of a whore, which I think in today's society right now, that's supposed to be a badge of honor, and it's not.
Right.
For somebody to look at you as just a whore, nothing more than a prostitute, they're going to have a good time with you. They're not going to think about your health or anything else. You're just something to play with.
They got a trend. The millennials know what I'm talking about. They call themselves bad bitches. I'm just gonna be honest. But it's exactly what it sounds like. When y'all call yourself that, y'all know what bad means. I know it's supposed to be a good term, but bad has always meant bad in my eyes. And then you put the word, bitch behind it. And you're calling yourselves it's a derogatory term to call yourself as a woman.
It is. It is. And I think oh, if we go back to the music, now I'm a little older. I'm 48. So getting ready to be 49. So back in the day,
LL Cool J wasn't calling women bad bitches, was he?
Bad Bees wasn't out back then, but the music, that's what I was getting ready to get into. It was the music that encouraged you to be that way, right?
Hmm.
So we had certain music out that really encouraged the young woman to be more sexual, to tap into her sexuality. And when you're young like that, you're very impressionable and you want to fit in. You want to be up on the latest music that's out. You don't want to be the oddball when you're out in a group setting or whatever and you don't know the music or you don't know how to react to the music when it plays. I blame the music industry a lot too. Um, the music that's out right now, I'm like, whoa, way worse, way worse than it was.
Right.
And then you got young kids in elementary school listening to this type of music.
Right.
So when I say now the babies are being born into a society of filth, sexuality, lasciviousness, lust, they are. Because you have now the parents who think it's okay for these young kids to listen. There's nothing wrong with a child listening to this music and expressing their sexuality at a young age.
Yeah.
So with this new law that's out right now, I'm going to go back to that. I really don't know how to feel about it because of my own personal experience. Um, my own personal experience with uh, having the procedure done and what I'm seeing in society right now.
Hmm. Yeah, it's a real eye opener. It's a real eye opener. Which,
I don't know how to feel about it. So,
mhm.
um, anyway, that's just I just wanted to share that.
No, do you know how much I heard the plan B is like 50, $60?
Okay, so
It's like 50, $60. We're gonna have people come in a minute. Cause I know some ladies out here know how much the plan B is. I'm finna Google it.
yeah,
It's expensive. I remember that.
and then what is the percentage of it actually working? That's what I'm curious to knowing. And then, like, I know that there's like birth control pills out here. I know
Oh, sis, we finna get into that because you know that birth control affected me, and you had a lot of people go out here and sue companies that feel like that birth control messed their body up.
Yeah. So, um,
You know
with
this
with
this
that,
this what women been going through. Even when they went and got birth control, their hormones being tampered with or cancers.
yeah. So a lot of women like myself could not take it. It was making me sick. It actually one type of one type of birth control pills I was taking actually ran my blood pressure up and caused heart palpitations for me. So there's no way I could take it. I've done the pills. I've done the so-called shot, which caused problems. Um, that's as far as I went with it. I know other women have complained about other alternative types of birth controls that have caused some problems as well.
We got a question in the chat, and we're women. Velvet Oasis. Scooby Doo wants to know. Shout out, good morning to you, Scooby Doo, for tuning in with the Crown Content Publications YouTube channel this morning. Uh, Scooby Doo asks, when does the unborn become a life or a soul? If you believe any time before the birthing process, aborting the unborn would constitute murder.
Right. So for me, I know there's a book called The Sealed Portion.
Mm-hmm.
Um, in that book, it explains that the soul does not enter into the body of a baby until it takes its first breath. That's what that first breath is. It's the soul actually entering into the body. Other than that, for the whole 9 months that the woman carries the fetus, it's just a fetus. There's no soul inside of that body. So that is from that book. So also know there's a lady by the name of the lady who created the Matrix. Gosh, what is her name?
The
Sophia.
writer of The Matrix.
Yes, her name, it starts with an S. Sophia Stewart, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
She did a interview one time, and she also explained that. She explained, I think, a different way, but basically the soul of a person does not enter into the body until a later time. Um, and I believe she was saying like maybe 12 weeks. 12th week is when the soul enters, but it just depends on who you ask.
Uh-huh. You hear that, Scooby Doo? Listen up, because his next question was, so Christianity, Islam, and even many religions disagree with you then. See, now I want to give my take on this. I was saying at the beginning of the chat, y'all, scientists discovered that there's a spark of light that happens, regardless of what this means and doesn't mean. Once the sperm attached to an egg, the first thing that happens in this process is a spark of light. Check that out, Scooby Doo. You might find that interesting. But and there's something they call this light. It has to do with what's happening with the cells, and I forgot what they call it. I'm gonna look it up. I just looked up Velvet Oasis how much the plan B is. Google says $40 to $50.
Okay.
Now I'm looking up. It says, is it 100%?
Yeah, that was my question. Like, what is the percentage of
It says
actually?
Plan B is 95% effective if you take it within 24 hours. Let me keep reading. 89% effective if you take it within 72 hours. It says it's less effective if you are ovulating
Mm.
or have unprotected sex before taking the plan B. So that's interesting. Back to Scooby Doo. I don't know if he's still in the chat, but my friend, this is what has always sparked a debate outside of the abortion clinics. People have always protested about this. Uh, because you're gonna have religious opinions about this thing, and then you're gonna have. I'm not saying religion is not reality, but Scooby Doo, I personally know a woman, for example, that was raped. And she still chose to, even though, the guy got incarcerated and they did find out who her, abuser was. And she was just, I ain't gonna tell too much of the story, but at the same time, she was out by herself when the guy attacked her. And she still chose to go ahead and have this baby. It did happen to be her first little girl, but she chose to look at the positivity in that situation. She only had sons at the time. This is just one instance I want to bring up that I know about personally. This is what where women are coming from, Scooby Doo. When things like molestation, rape, or your health is at risk, you know what I mean? Because you can have fallopian tube, you can have an egg that ends up in the wrong place, right? You can have like a tube pregnancy, which can also pose a health to the woman's risk. We know this is not every case. That's why me and Velvet Oasis were talking about American culture to begin with. People can bring up religion all they want. When we talk about American culture, you're also talking freedom of religion, right? And every religion has its own perception of belief in itself. Not every religion believes in a soul. Not every religion believes that there's even a life after life. You know what I mean? Like somewhere your soul goes, or that our choices dictate where we go after we're born. And so every religion is different. But my point is, when you take religion out of the equation and we're just looking at ourselves as human beings, is it morally right for a man to just walk away from his, if he sat there and procreated that baby with a woman? Because women don't have an option. Once that baby is in her womb, that's what it is. I'm not saying I'm against each argument. That's why I wanted to bring this out this morning, because this is reality. This is what has been going on in American culture. When a man sit there and make a baby with a woman. Now we're not talking about incest, rape, molestation. I'm talking about how this normally happens. No man has ever been, if you think about it, Scooby Doo, no man ever got through in prison for walking away from his responsibility unless there was some type of child support order. You know what I'm saying? That's American culture. But see, a woman can be thrown in jail for something they call prostitution. That's literally like illegal, and it's been illegal for quite some time if she's caught doing it. A man can be thrown in jail for pimping, but he doesn't receive a penalty for making a baby and just walking away. That choice is left on the woman. Um, am I going to keep this responsibility for the next 18 years and so forth? It's like you almost have to be a woman and experience that, like that very moment when you find out you're pregnant and what you're going to do about it. So y'all argument out here, YouTube, is that a woman should just keep her legs because she shouldn't put herself in that position, but that's not reality. Everybody been out here having sex since the beginning. Good morning, Divine Warrior. Feel free to chime in with us. Sis. My point is, when you take religion out of the equation, we live as human beings. Uh, what we face with her? Is it right for a man to just be able? Has that ever been right to just be able to walk away? A woman done told you she's pregnant by you. Y'all think they just out here protesting about the fact. I think it's deeper than that. And if they are protesting, what are they really protesting about? You see what I'm saying? But I'm just talking about the facts. From the beginning, a man, once a woman tell him she's pregnant, he literally had the right in American culture to just walk away. Like, if he don't want to be a part of that, he never had to be. It's still on a woman to go start a child support order and all of that. You see what I'm saying? Some women choose to do that, some don't. Some had to. I know y'all understand the facts about what I'm trying to say. I'm kind of glad this happened. I might get some hatred feedback about that because it's making humans look at themselves, if I can call it that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now they have to look at their actions, their choices. Like, we all know you can only create a baby if you lay down and do one thing. Now, you got some people that can't carry kids, so the husband might, be a sperm donor. They do what they do. What's that procedure called, Velvet Oasis, where they put the sperm in, where somebody else carried the baby for you?
Um, Surrogate.
Surrogate mothers. Surrogate mothers. That's what it's called. Okay. So y'all see, this is so surrogacy is legal. Y- How does surrogacy tie into abortion rights? A surrogate ain't finna go out here and have an abortion because she's probably being paid to carry that baby. Is that how it works?
Yes, it is.
So that's just a fact. I brought up surrogate mothers, YouTube, because that shows us it's been women out here that they can't even carry kids. Then you got some that are fertile and just don't want them when they do happen to get pregnant. Not just women. I'm just talking about the women real quick, because that was something a young lady brought out to me last night. I said I didn't think about that. You do still have women out here that can't have kids, even in other countries. This is where adoption came in the first place. Scooby Doo said so. Christianity, Islam, and even many religions disagree with you. Then Scooby Doo, all I'm saying is, if we think about it, religion has always played a major factor on people's perception of real life, situations. If we're gonna bring religion into the abortion is right, or then we need to bring religion. It was molesting and rape ever right? You know what I'm saying? You weren't on here over the Oasis, but I brought up on Facebook last night. Somebody went live and she called her mother and baby daddy in the bed, not her husband, Velvet Oasis, the father of her child and her own mother. This is American culture, though. You see what I'm saying? It's like there's no limits to sex or who you choose, and it seems like people just doing, this is what happens when you have quote unquote freedom of religion, freedom of this and that. Do you think that man is going to go to jail for sleeping with her mother?
Well, she could probably sue. And that was going to be my next question. If women are now going to be held accountable for abortion, can they now sue the man who placed the seed inside of her?
That's a good questioner. Ask it one more time, Velvet Oasis.
So my question is, with the new law, from what I'm understanding now, if the woman can now be jailed or possibly jailed or fined for aborting a fetus that has not been born, can she sue the person who placed the seed inside of her without her permission?
I agree with you. That's a great question. We quick to change laws and make new laws, but I feel like it don't be these. It needs to have stipulations to them. Like boundaries or like a B and C to if this or that happens or that happens. Um,
I think that is what it's going to lead to, because I did hear of a case where a lady sued the car insurance company of a man
uh huh.
that she was having relations with inside of his car, and she wound up catching an STD.
Mm,
And she sued his car insurance company, and she won.
mm.
So if cases like that can be won, I'm really I'm I'm thinking now that women can now sue the person who's placed the seed inside of her uterus without her permission. So
Girl, I heard of a story of a man who was secretly feeding the mother of his child She ended up suing him. He was secretly putting this in her food, secretly putting this in her drinks. Now this is before the overturn of Roe versus Wade. He was from a third world country. She was American. You know, whether she was black or what, she was born over here. He was secretly feeding her. I ain't told y'all what he was feeding her yet. You laughing. Guess what he was secretly putting in her food and drinks? Uh something, some type of pill or some type of medication that was going to help. She didn't understand why she was contracting, bleeding. You understand? Like he wanted her to lose that baby and stuck around until it actually worked.
Oh my God.
But it's a big story. Check that one out later. I'm gonna find it and send you the link. I saw it in a group on Facebook because she put the whole story. She even had chats. Like it didn't make sense to her at first. Now they weren't married, but he had her to believe that's where he wanted that relationship to go once she got pregnant. It came out that his family in another culture just didn't like. I'm just be honest, y'all. They didn't want to see him with a baby by a black woman, and it just made me think how many other women had that man done that to. She didn't know why. She just thought he was a sweet baby daddy. Like he always bring me food every time I'm hungry. Y'all know when we pregnant we hungry, right? It's like you living in a dangerous time when you saw that too. Divine Warrior said she saw that. You can't trust the food you taking out of the father of the child hand no more.
Right. Well, that's an interesting thing. But yeah,
Divine Warrior,
I,
do you know if she sued him? I think she did take that to court. Some kind of way she ended up finding out. I think the doctors did tests or some kind of way she found out about that, but I think he was long gone. You see what I'm saying? By the time she saw what was happening. I want people to remember like sinister comes in all shape, forms, and sizes, okay? I agree with you, Velvet. What is a woman left to do when he? I mean, is it safer if the man just walk out the child life, or you trying to force him to be there, so he starts doing things to you said it sabotage your life or ends up resenting the child. This is American culture though. Y'all be wanting to force a man to be there for y'all baby when he probably done told you out your mouth or showed you already that he wants no part of that life. But once again, my point was when in history in this country has a man been penalized or held to that? Only she got to put him on child support and have an order and all of this you know, for there to be some type of legal binding penalty to him taking responsibility of his child. Now, Velvet Oasis, child support is not a real thing in other countries, is it?
right. No, it's not. But marriage is, and so that's why marriage is really pushed in other countries. It's not pushed like that here. But I think after this new law or whatever, I see marriage being revived. I see marriage being revived, and I see a lot of lawsuits coming towards men for planting seed inside of women without their permission.
Mm.
I see a lot of lawsuits coming.
Do you see population control in all of this?
Uh,
I mean, because to me, if people now have to be I mean, they can't just run and get an abortion. A lot of these Plan B stuff probably finna be banned too.
I don't see it being because the abortion clinic is the population control.
Uh
If
huh.
you remove those out of the way, there will be more babies here. Probably without two parents, though. Some might get adopted. Um, I don't know. We might see more trash cans filled with babies. Because when I was a teenager, there was a lot of that. You had a lot of teenage moms who were throwing these babies in a trash can after they gave birth.
Mm.
There was a lot of that.
Now, tell us like the time period. Are you talking 80s, 70s, 90s?
90s.
Mm.
Yeah. late 80s, late 80s, like 87 to maybe like 90 something. Yeah.
But birth
Mm-hmm.
control was her. Even birth control was her, if I'm not mistaken. Even when they was throwing these babies in the trash can.
It was. It was. But like I said, a lot of women can't take it. I'm one of them. I cannot take any type of pills, shots, or
Oh,
I
okay.
can.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It affects my health, something serious. So, um,
Now I'm wondering if birth control will all of a sudden like be free or more pushed. They didn't say that birth control is becoming illegal. They're saying abortions. But what me and Velvet Oasis is talking about is the effects that we have already saw over the past 20 years, how birth control has affected women's health. Men out there, this is the reality of being a woman in American culture. Before Roe versus Wade got overturned, you had women coming up with fibroids all of a sudden, cysts, cancers. In my line, Velvet Oil, with me, it affected my hormones. All of a sudden, I'm having all kind of hormone imbalances. I'm sure this affects the mind or psychological, because when you talk about hormones, you're talking about estrogen. You know what I mean? I don't think people think about that. We as women naturally have estrogen, which plays a part also into being able to reproduce and things like this. So what's the one they place in your arm? I heard that when I've heard all kind of stories. I'm just telling y'all how much birth control has transitioned over the past 20 years.
Depo Provera.
That's the depot. Well, the depot is a shot,
Oh,
right?
the shot. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
And
No.
then you got this thing that they place in your arm.
Oh.
They place it in your arm. And then they got another one. I think that's the IUD. This is placed right up in the cervical area.
Wow.
Ladies, let's talk about how I know women who was on birth control and still got pregnant.
Right. So
Or
I
they were on they used contraceptive, they used condoms, they took the plan B and still got pregnant.
I know now there is contraceptive for men. I think there's more men going to have vasectomies done now.
Hmm.
Uh, a lot of young men I'm hearing are having the procedure done. And then from the last time I looked, they had some kind of pill for men to take as a birth control pill.
Something like a plan B or something, huh?
No, like something they take every day. It's like, you know,
To probably kill off sperm and stuff.
yeah, yeah.
That's interesting. I wonder, do the men know about that? Because that's the responsibility that comes with sex if you're gonna leave that if you're gonna live this lifestyle in America, right? Taking it's deeper than keeping up with your hygiene and all this stuff they try to make it about. When it comes to taking care of your health and knowing what you want before you even you diving off into a woman or you messing with men out here, why wait till you're at the conception point to say, oh, no, 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 I wasn't ready. It's just crazy because you got men that'll tell a woman, well, I don't want this baby. She ain't but 6 weeks pregnant. This what's been going on, y'all, the past 50 years. With Roe versus Wade went in effect 73, but before 73, I'm sure there were men as great as the 40s and 50s might have looked. Every man, I know that it was more of the norm for a man to marry a woman and take care of all their kids, but every man wasn't doing it. So what were women doing? What were they being taken through? What did they have to do? Velvet Oasis, because you got a lot of people out here that still talk down on government assistance and all of this. Why did government assistance come about in the first place again?
Right.
Stuff like food stamps or housing. You had obviously a period come about where more women were raising children single. Obviously, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's gonna always be here because sin is always gonna be here.
The seven deadly sins. The seven deadly sins.
You just got some people who gonna do what they want to do, and they don't care about any type of morals. They don't care about none of that. All they care about is self gratification. So that's gonna always be here. Um,
How what would you call it? How much experience they feel like they can get out of life? Because who does it really matter to at the end of the day? I mean, if they're positive experiences, that's great. you
experience though, if it's hurting someone else, if your experience of joy and happiness is hurting someone else, is it really a positive experience?
Great question. If you're fulfilling your what is that called? Like your pleasure. For some people, it's drugs. For some people, but what we're talking about for those that are just tuning in is how much sexualized America has become. Just sex promoted everywhere.
Right, right. And this place here is not for the weak.
And guess what? If you're not having sex, they gonna make you feel like something wrong with you. I feel for the middle school girls today. I I remember back. It was sometimes my little friends was having conversations. I'm grown now, but I remember feeling embarrassed sometimes, like not knowing what certain terms meant. And if that was happening in 2005, 2007, I'm sure the kids today know much more.
Oh yeah.
Do you think parents not protecting their children from, what was out here played a part in it? I don't want to call it protecting them, but you got to watch what they are being exposed to.
Absolutely.
It's never a bad time in history or current time to talk about this when it comes to our youth.
Right.
What do you think about sex ed classes? What should they really be talking about in there? If they're going to have sex ed classes in middle schools and high schools today, with something like Roe versus Wade being overturned, can you imagine how much different sex ed classes might look? I wonder would they be telling them like, look, young people, you know, look, young people, you can't run and get an abortion no more. Like, I wonder would they really be preaching it to them?
Well, I remember in sex ed when I was in school, we never that was never even mentioned.
So
Uh,
they just teaching people how to more protect themselves, or maybe educating them about STDs.
well, when I was in school, yeah, but from what I'm hearing from young people now, it's way more than that. It's basically about how to have anal sex, oral sex, and these type of sexual pleasures will keep you from getting pregnant. So that's what I'm hearing is being taught now on the different ways to not get pregnant, but still being sexual gratification.
Hmm.
From my understanding, that's what's being taught.
It's like they're more focused on making sure they know how to do it or do it right.
I don't know about doing right, but just different options on how to stay in sin without being married. Uh, pleasure your flesh and without getting pregnant. Um, that's what I'm hearing.
Right.
So, which is of course a lot of parents don't want that type of stuff being taught to their child, but this is what's being taught. If your child is going to public school, this is what they're being taught. So you can preach and teach whatever you want to at home. When they get inside that school building, it's a whole different ball game.
Now, imagine what our young people are seeing when they see grown folks out here protesting right now. I mean, my question is, what is that really showing our young people? They're showing them, first of all, like, hey, you live in a country where you can stand up for your rights. I get that part. You live in a country where you can, vote and have emotions about things that are going on. But we're showing you as adults, we are against not having a say so in what we are allowed to do with our bodies. Would you look at that like that? I'm trying to see what I'm trying to ask here. Um, I'm wondering, and when you got to go, Velvet Oasis, let me know. I'm gonna be on here for a second because I want people to know they have a platform to share their opinions and views. But it's like, have we thought about that? Like, what are we showing if we don't go protest about sex trafficking and all this, but people rushing to the Supreme Court about abortion? You see what I'm saying? We've been having people come up missing, organ trafficking, all kind of crazy stuff going on out here that we could be standing up about. But you get all this support when something like this law. So I can't help but wonder, like, is this another quote unquote the conscious community? No, we call them distractions. You know, because to me, a person gonna do what they want to do with their body either way. Like people just want attention to me about what they feel. You know.
Yes, I really, I hate that I don't know more about this bill. I really, something is telling me there's more to the bill than what's being pushed to the forefront. Um, I know the way this country operates, and it's always something else.
Hmm.
So I'm really wondering what else is added off into this bill that they're trying to push so fast and so hard. Um,
I'm
but what
Velvet Oasis. I'm getting Children of Men vibes. The conscious community will come back and laugh at this later when they listen to this segment.
um,
Because something like Children of Men comes about somehow.
well, I was just thinking about the movie the other day. The thing with that movie, I think the reason why a lot of the women could not, so in that movie, a lot of the women could not get pregnant. And so it was only that one melanated woman after, what was it, like 20, 30 years of nobody getting pregnant. She was the only one that was able to get pregnant. So I really think that it was something that caused women during that time to not get pregnant. Something like maybe a shot or something in the food or in the water everybody was taking. But anyway, I digress from that because I love that movie. Um, I think with the protesting going on from what young people are seeing, it's just going to be a part of history. Just something else adults are out here protesting about. I don't think it's going to affect the kids any kind of way. I think they have their own battles right now
Hmm.
that they're dealing with. That's just my opinion. What young people are thinking about adults out here protesting in the street about whether they can or can't go uh, have abortion, so scientists can do stem cell research on the aborted fetuses, which is what they do. They don't throw those fetuses in the trash. They send them to the laboratory to do what they do.
What I think is funny is people bring up souls when we talk about abortion. I'm not being funny, but we if we believe in souls at that point, what are we doing with our souls now? I just want to say that for the record on the show today. Y'all bring up souls when it comes to what women are doing with their bodies with abortion. Let me make this clear again. I am pro life, procreation, reproduce, whatever y'all want to call it. I'm all for that and being fruitful because I understand the history of the value children want. Uh, Even if it wasn't in American culture, having children was like a deep thing. Like it was a sign of wealth. Sometimes it was more help on your farmlands, and a lot more to it. It was passing on your bloodline. Bloodlines were very upheld at one point in time. You know what I mean? And I don't want to just reference to the Bible here, but it's a great book to reference with, since people in the chat were bringing up souls. That's one thing I haven't seen yet. Now that I think about it, we didn't hear about Rebecca. None of these women running to have abortions. Now this is just something that I haven't seen yet. But it probably were ways that women in BC, earlier human period times, there were probably ways that they went about doing certain things, and y'all better study the Egyptians if you don't believe me. How long abortion itself has been around, but a country like America was formed one day and said, "Well, we're going to tell you what rights and freedoms here. This is going to be the land of the free, and everybody is welcome to do it, please, and live this and after this quote unquote pursuit of happiness." You know what's fun, Velvet Oasis? Now people searching, they had all some dream and opportunities to do this and that. But if you ask me, people in America are not happy right now. They're not happy with the changes. They're starting to see new things with leaders and communities, their governments. People are not happy.
I'm starting to see that shift change as well. Um, a lot of people are starting to really see what this is about.
Or maybe they're saying, okay, just 5 years ago, I was happy with my life in America. I'm just trying to say the same thing in different words. They were just 5, 10 years ago, y'all was happy. But now people are catching pictures of UFOs, the clouds, all kind of stuff. Their bank accounts are being hacked, just stuff we thought we would never see.
Yeah, there's definitely a change. I could go into the spiritual aspects of that, but I will not. I just know that we're in the half a time, which is basically the last time, and then time will be reset. That's just my belief. There will be changes, laws will be changed. Um, so, and we already see that happening.
Right. This is just one law. And look how everybody is going.
Because this was never, to me, this was never something that the creator wanted for his daughters. He never wanted us to go and have this type of procedure done at all. This is my belief. He wanted his daughters to have a mate, a husband, for those who wanted children. This is what he wanted for us. Those who did not want children would remain single. They just didn't, you know. So society has gotten totally away from what the creator had planned for his children here on the earth. And Satan has done a very, very good job in convincing people to live their own lives, be happy out here the way you want to be happy, and forget what the creator is talking about. So, and those who live like that, in my opinion, you will get your just reward in the end. You will. All this self gratification that people are doing, there's a reward to that. So live your life how you feel you need to live it, and
They say we only get one. I'm just elaborating.
and then some say, they'll leave this earth plane and come back again in another form. I've heard that, and I mean that. However people believe, that's how they believe. I know for me, I don't believe in that. I believe you got one chance to get this thing right while you're here. How you live your life here is being recorded, and there's going to be a day where you're going to have to give an account for how you lived your life here.
I wonder if that belief system that you just touched on, like people being able to come back in another form, and I wonder does that play a part in how people live their very lives right now?
I believe so. I believe people.
Maybe in their head they're like, you know what, I'm a come back as another. How does that theory work? So it's their same soul just coming back in another form or body, or
I know very little about that type of consciousness. I know very little about it, so I just heard about it, and I know that there are people who do believe that. So I never did any real research off into it. Me myself, I know the field that I work in as a wedding planner, wedding designer. I love weddings. I love to see unions of people coming together and saying, "Hey, we're going to go through this life together as one."
mm,
So that's why I jumped off. I myself, I was married for almost 10 years. Well, on paper for 10 years, yeah.
mm,
And so, and raised children, and parts of it were very good, and then parts of it were not. And so, I made a conscious decision to not go through the rest of my life with this one person because of where he was in his life. And I knew I was on another level and I could not take him with me. He refused to go on the next level where I was going to. So I could no longer uh, stay partners with this person. But marriage to me is a very beautiful union. Um, a wedding can be just simple, going to the courthouse or whatever. But I love to see marriages. I love to see unions. So that's just me. I think it's a beautiful thing that the Creator has made for two people to join as one. So, and I'm also an officiant. I marry people as well.
I'm
So
so glad that and I'm gonna give you a second to go ahead and promote. You got the channel up, right?
I Yes, well, my YouTube channel is up, Velvet Oasis Events. I have very few videos on there.
Mhm.
I need to be more active on my YouTube channel, but I do have an Instagram. I have a Twitter, Velvet Oasis Events. I have a TikTok as well, Velvet Oasis Events. So you can find me there.
So what Velvet Oasis is telling you guys out there, there are some of us who still very well promote the idea of marriage. I don't want to call it an idea, but the very reality of it. Because we're still aware of the fruits and the positives that can come out of marriage, especially for our youth, for our children. We know that oftentimes with marriages, kids come out of that. And we're willing to take more responsibility out here. We see what's going on with our youth, and even if it's a step parent or things like that, how as adults we can step up and show better examples if we want to actually start doing something about what we feel has happened. The division in households, and why kids are growing up with certain emotional barriers and stuff. Maybe they were for single households, they saw abuse and all of this. If we're talking about abortions and stuff, I feel like family definitely plays a part in that. You know what I mean? Family support. It still takes a village. Velvet Oasis isn't not only a wedding officiant and a event planner. Um, they service people out. Miss Velvet Oasis, y'all service people with event planning altogether. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We do, we design for birthday parties, quinceaneras, bar mitzvahs. I mean, I got the decorations for it if you need it. Like I said, I'm an officiant. I also marry the people who want to, that I do on paper and to the world that they are a union, and also wedding planning and wedding management. And I do a few corporate events as well too. So we are located right here in the Dallas Fort Worth area in Texas. So we will travel for a fee if you want us to come out and help you with your event. Um, My website is velvetoasisevents.com, and you will see all of our services and prices on there.
I agree that marriage could, although they're not always perfect, it could decrease the uh statistic percentages that we are seeing in America, from abuse to sex trafficking, all that. What it, because the man plays his role in that family, and the woman does too. Those type of values are still important. Uh, I know that America is struggling with trust, loyalty, all those type of values for some reason, and everything is just becoming all sexualized or about what a person can get out of it, and um, there are some of us that are still promoting marriage out here at the end of the day, because we see how this could decrease a lot of the issues, that is happening in this culture. I'm glad you got to shout out the business though, and I encourage you to get that YouTube channel active. Y'all go subscribe to the Velvet Oasis YouTube channel and show this entrepreneur support. Y'all know we interview entrepreneurs and authors on this podcast channel. I do thank you for chiming in with your views. We're both gonna do more research on, and I encourage my followers, viewers, and listeners to do the same. Know what's going on around you. No, be informed about the changes. Be informed about as much as you can in times like these. I heard they're kind of they're thinking about what to do with the gun laws and things too. Just trying to make it quote unquote safer, who's allowed to carry and not carry. But if you ask me, it's a little late for that. Everybody that wants a weapon probably has one at this point.
And I
So
think the weaponry now is becoming more high tech. Uh, this is just from the underground, from what I'm hearing. More like laser guns, sound, vibration type guns. They are out there, so it's not just the guns with bullets anymore. So we do have some tech stuff out here that's probably going to be seen more. Yeah.
that's uh that's interesting stuff there. But it was so funny. Just the other day, I did a segment titled "Spiritual Judgment versus Earthly Judgment." What judgment is, and there's never usually some type of judgment without laws in place. Whether you look at that from a spiritual aspect or from a earthly standpoint, judgment comes into place because there is always rules or laws or a right and a wrong way to do things, right? And then it just seemed like 2 or 3 days after I did that segment, everybody's protesting about Roe versus Wade. So it's like we'll go all out to protect laws, or our rights, here on earth, but we're not willing to research what's like spiritually right, spiritually off, spiritually good, spiritually bad, and that's a problem to me in America, across the globe. Where I do respect other countries is regardless of what their religion is, they seem very organized and structured, like with their cultures and sticking to their beliefs. When it comes to family values, from Buddhists to Islamists to all these different religions I've heard of, like they pretty much stuck to their core values for a very long time. I mean, whether it's arranged marriages involved, work, who works in the house, who's doing the housework. I don't know. They seem to have really stuck to that. Now, that's where I can say I respect. I see the difference in other countries and then here. Here is a mix of different religions. So when Scooby Doo mentioned it earlier, like, well, this religion believes this, this, and that. Regardless of what religions have been on, people as individuals in their personal lives we've always sometimes had more rights than others. I can put it like that. Like here we did, and we had a mix of different religions and ethnicities and nations right here in this country. You know, uh, you have women from other cultures right here who families went and forced them to have abortions. So I really didn't see how like religious views is helping what's going on in the laws right now. You know what I mean? They're saying if
Also add this thing that they are protesting about. I'm looking at our people, our community, and I want to say the indigenous copper colored folks of the Americas. How is this law helping our community? Is it really helping or is it dividing more? Um, and I think that's why I'm kind of like, I don't know how to feel about this law. I mean, is it helping us or is it not? I don't know. I know that there are other things we need to be focusing on as a people,
Mhm.
and there's just some battles we need to stay out of when it comes to this country. Some of this stuff don't even concern us. I think our biggest issue is um, our people have a habit of picking up and
Mhm.
not sticking all this other stuff to me are really just distractions. Um, I know that the way that we are going from what I'm seeing from when I was young to now, this idea of self gratification, pleasing the flesh, doing what I want to do.
I call it lawlessness. Like lawlessness is not safe.
Lawlessness, yes, it's leading us to a downward spiral, and I don't. I just it's very sad to sit back and watch the next generation coming. Yeah. So that's my opinion about it. Um, and I'm gonna leave it at that. So that's just me. I really this is going on in this country. They're gonna always have problems. There's gonna be something else they're gonna have their protest and a marching around. That has nothing to do with us.
And I had mentioned earlier that some protests were successful, right? People said I'll stand up into this change. That's how a lot of what came to be today into play. You know, every amendment wasn't the way that it was. I'm just reminding my listeners out there. Amendment started us because we're talking about this land on. And you have others actually every time something happens, they do. They be back lately just watching. You understand what I'm saying? Like just watching because when something like media comes out, you know, other countries can see what other countries are going through. As a matter of fact, there's been a bad flood in I agree with you the distraction thing. You know, there's been bad floodings, earthquakes going on in the past week. And we got stuff active activity at Yellowstone now. Now I done switch topic because these things are actually going on at the same time. Laws are changing over here.
Yeah.
So at this time in history, it's best that to me we choose. Because I'm gonna talk about this today, and then I'm gonna leave it alone. Because whatever is happening, this will just be something people can go back and reference to what our opinions was about it, our thoughts. We saw. Now I'm not old enough to say I saw it all the way from the 70s, the 40s, the 1800s, but I do believe that women have had their work cut out for them for a very long time when it comes to justices and injustices. I believe that because you were talking about the creator, I believe that when it comes to judgment in his eyes, he is just. He doesn't just judge you based off of the decision or the choice you made. Maybe he looks deeper at why you might have felt like you had, because when you talk about just is being like understanding, you know what I mean? Just is being like being able to look at, you know, your stance and why you probably did something or why you felt like you had to. That's why, to me, I mean, when we talk about religion, I don't like to talk about religion. I like to stay more on the spirituality side, because if spirituality is real, there are also spiritual laws. Uh, what was his name? Newton, whichever one he was, he even had gravitational laws. I'm just trying to get people to look at something from a perspective real quick. If there are spiritual laws and you begin to mess with things unnaturally and all of this, uh, of course it's going to cause some type of you know, reaction. Women have always played a natural role in the course of life. It didn't matter how humans felt towards women or how they felt like what they did. If there is a creator, I'm talking rhetorically here because we have all type of people listening, but I want them to think about something. And we are hearing that he is just. He doesn't just judge people off of who's right, who's evil. I mean, it's judged like that, but the righteous might not even be what you expect. It's not perfect people, but people that did the best they could. For example, maybe from the stance of point. You know how they say the cards you're dealt. Sometimes you can control the environment you came from. You can control. We know that you can control who you lay down with and all of that. But as humans, we all have to grow. And I'm talking from a spiritual standpoint, because when it comes to the divisions in religion and stuff, I'm still thinking about what that brother said earlier. Like, do we have souls? So if we're gonna talk about souls, let's talk about souls then, because that means the souls came from somewhere. You see what I'm saying? And let's get deeper. If the souls came from somewhere, you're talking about a very probably a being we would never understand because he created the soul. Some say souls have always been here. There's no beginning, there's no ending. People have different opinions and perceptions about this. But when we talk about the creator, that's what righteousness is to me. Because when abortion gets brought up, all you get is a lot of people saying this is right, this is wrong. You see what I'm saying? And sometimes their right or wrong comes from a religious standpoint. So when you're talking about what's righteously right and wrong, to me, are we also considering the card somebody was dealt, if I can say it like that, and them doing the best they could from their standpoint of life, whether it's in Afghanistan, China, India, or America? You see what I'm saying? Every country's laws is different. In America, this was a quote unquote right. It was publicly now lawful to go have get this procedure done. And then they even came up with more creative ways. YouTube, they have Plan B, they have a drink you can take these days. And did this really help us when you got stories out here of men slipping this stuff into a mother of his child's drink and food? That's just one story. I just wonder how many other women this has happened to in secret. You know what I mean? That's why I say the cards we were dealt.
Right.
Would that still be considered an abort? She didn't know it was happening, right? But still, that's murder on somebody. If y'all gonna look at it as murder and standpoints, what's right or wrong, I don't think it's about that. I think how we handle life from the stance that we are in, whether it's black woman, young woman, old woman. What cards, what options did you have? What options did you didn't have? I think that the creator is just, and he looks at it like that. For those just tuning in, I'm talking from this religious or spiritual standpoint because you're gonna have people come out during these times. I can guarantee y'all real soon that want to make this about, they're gonna test those who consider themselves spiritual walkers or religious. Now they're gonna test our views. I see what's going on, or what we're gonna have to think or say about it. But so let me be willing to go deep. Well, if there's a creator that we believe in, who looks at things from a righteous and wicked standpoint, don't just think it's like who's perfect or who did it right or wrong. I think he looks at a little more than that. You know what I mean? I think he's think he's looking at, okay, when you test it, when your faith is tested about something, who are you? So, Job himself said things to God he probably thought he would never say. You know that, right, Velvet Oasis? When he was in his tested period, you know what I mean? I think that's something we should look at with Job. What I'm saying is things came out of his mouth, things came out of his spirit, things came out of his heart. He made certain choices when it came to his choice of word to God, to the people he thought was his friends, his wife. He was tested. What do we expect? That didn't make him unrighteous in God's eyes. If we read the story, anybody can learn something like life values and morals out of that one story, whether they claim to be Bible believers or not. Who are you as a human being when you have options and when you don't? You see what I'm saying? Who are we? And Job himself, the Bible calls him a upright. He was an upright man. He was probably one of the most righteous men in his time when he had certain things. Are we looking at that? Now, when he was tested, Job said some things about God, to people about he was and people question him about his God. You see what I'm saying? That time is coming, YouTubers, where yeah, people gonna want to see your stance because the environment is changing, the atmosphere is changing. They want to see who we all are. We all in the same ship, if you ask me. Like, laws are going to affect anyone, even if it go to world war what is it, world war, one world government one day, right? We're all we're going to be able to do is sit back and look at each other's choices. Like, if food goes, that's what I was trying to say. Like, every time a law change, like I said, when it comes to earthly judgment, we're either going to obey the law or we're not, and there's penalties. You see what I'm saying? When it get to a level of food rations, to me, are people going to accept? They're going to have to accept what they have to do to survive.
And I think that's what it's coming down to, survival. Um, these clinics or whatever, if they do pass this bill or whatever it is, I don't know. Is it a law now or is it just a bill that's on the table?
What it was a whole, do I want to call it amendment? It was like an amendment change at one point. Like you had, this is not murder if a woman go do this. You know what I'm saying? Now all of a sudden, this has changed.
So yeah, I'm gonna have to do more research to actually find out what was amended
Mhm.
and what other little additional stuff they've added off into there because this country has a habit of lying. It was built off lies, right? So this country will sit up here and say one thing and do something. So I'm really gonna have to go back and look at this amendment to see what was changed and what was added. I will also say for creators, group of people that they are chosen, the children of the light, just like during with Moses' time when Egypt was being judged and the plagues were coming on that land because they said, we're not going to follow the laws and commandments of your God, Moses. We're going to do what we want to do. Same thing today, right? So when the plagues and the judgments came on Egypt, what did Moses tell Aaron? He said, Aaron closed the door where God is saying to his people, go inside the house, close the door, and let the death angel pass by. Let these people do what they do. If
Eh,
they want to go in the back alleys and do what they do, let them do. Or, but to me, this country, this is a corporation. Everything is about business. It's not about morality. They're not in the streets marching about this because it's a moral issue. This is about money. Best believe this is about money. Like I said earlier, the abortion industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Somebody is mad somewhere. This is why this is known. They're making money. The scientists who take the fetus and do the stem cell research on these aborted fetuses, they are making money. So it's not a moral thing. I just want to let your listeners know this country is never about morality. That went out the window years ago. This is about business. The Civil War was about business. It was about freeing slaves. Please do your research. This was about the South making more money than the North. Somebody got mad. We got to destroy what they doing down there in the South. That's what the Civil War came about. This country is built on business only. This is not about morality. And now we're in a day and time where the judgment and the plague are here on the land. So I just want to tell your listeners, don't get too involved about what this country is doing. Go inside the house, close the door, and let whatever is going to be done to this country be done. Because it's coming.
Let me update you. According to the New York Times, 15 hours ago, this was a whole title to a article they just released. Right? It says, because it's making it like, hey, like what you said, it's not about the abortion rulings. People been waiting to go ahead and just outburst and be vengeance about a lot of things in this country, and to me they're using certain things to go ahead and do that. But it says abortion ruling poses new questions about how far the Supreme Court is just ultimately willing to go. So that means not just about abortions. You see what I'm saying? The Supreme Court is letting y'all know, it's like reminding y'all, we have the ultimate power in our hands here. We can change an amendment, a law at any time, and I feel like we should prepare ourselves to uh be ready for that. So even though it may have once looked like the land of the free and rights here, they're telling y'all in this New York Times article, people are concerned and now they are questioning how far is the Supreme Court willing to go? Well, you still got people from 4 and 5 weeks ago waiting on some type of update about what the country is going to do about an elementary school, for example, being shot up recently. But you see people more, I'm not going to say quiet, because I've been seeing videos and articles where the families are actually beginning to get angry because and we just, all we got to do is put ourselves in their shoes for a second. Your baby gone, right? Or your child went to that school and they feeling like, why is there silence about this issue? Let's put ourselves in their shoes. What's going to be changed? What are we going to put heightened security in the school? People are going to ask these questions. Their kids go to these schools. So that it's not silence, but it's almost like it's silence when something else new comes out in the media about another big change. You know what I mean? You still got people trying to get through that process of grieving. Their children are really gone. The 19 that were hurt, you know what I mean? All at the same within the past 6 weeks. Now abortion is legal. Another point I want to bring up is that parents are coming out saying, look, the summer has been hard for us. They're already saying, Velvet Oasis, that it's been hard to feed their children during this summer, and it's only June. You see what I'm saying? They're saying the kids being at home has been costly. You see? And that's, you laugh. Yeah, they're saying the kids being at home is costly because we got to understand it's the first summer we just seen these great increases in rent inflation, uh, gas. Uh, Even some people bills, they're saying their electricity bills been high and they don't understand why. They're not getting higher pay at work, but you still got 4 or 5 kids to feed at home over the summer. You still got a kid in college that still needs whatever they need. They in another state. I want to put it in a reality perspective for the listeners. Just go check out the articles, guys. Parents are coming out saying, "Look, I'm even going to food banks, and the food banks are low on food. This is what's happening out here." So if you,
The warning went out, what, during the pandemic? I'm going to say during the pandemic, a lot of people woke up to what was happening. You couldn't go to the store to just get water. Remember that? You couldn't just go get toilet paper and stuff like that. Like it hit like real fast. It was like a hurricane that went through the country when the shutdown happened. A lot of people didn't make it because they did not know that this thing was coming and that they needed to prepare. And by the grace of the Creator, that was a warning. Stock up, stock up. And you still had a lot of people who were playing around. Oh, yeah, everything is open back up. We can just go to the store whenever we can go. Not understanding that that was a warning to get ready for what was coming next. And you still got people playing around. So, yeah, this summer is bad. But I tell you what, wait till the winter get here. Wait till the winter get here. They think it's hard now trying to feed all these kids during the summer. I just want to tell you, listeners, this is not. I really wish
it's not a game. What Velvet Oasis is saying, it's not a game. What's happening out here is really happening. Parents are coming on the news asking for help to feed their kids, and this is just the first month of quote unquote summer vacation off of school. They're saying that, look, thing I didn't know that this was helpful. Them eating breakfast and lunch at school, it's like they're feeling it.
I know raising 8 kiddos myself during the summer, yeah, I could run to the food bank and get extra food. But listen, what's wrong with having boxes of oatmeal? Oatmeal, if you feed a child oatmeal in the morning, and I think the problem is we got a generation of, I don't want that. Okay. Well, then when I was growing up, if you didn't want that, you didn't eat. That's what we're going back to. So I know oatmeal will last you from morning to almost 2 o'clock.
Hmm.
That oatmeal will fill a child up. Some oatmeal and some toast,
Multi meal.
some water. If you ain't got nothing else, you good. You see what I'm saying? Then, if you just need a snack, you got fruit. You go in there and make you a sandwich. This electricity, keep these kids off these games, make them go outside and play. There's stuff that can be done. I'm just talking about from when I grew up, and then I hear a lot of parents, oh, well, you can't just send them outside. Well, go out there with them,
Hmm.
or get the neighborhood kids and get your neighbors' kids and hey, let them play together and they all watch out for one another. There's things that could be done. Um, People are going to have to become more creative. Have game night. Get you some board games and stuff.
Hmm.
Do more family time and stuff like that. I'm just saying, I know here in Texas, when the ice storm hit through here, oh my God, we didn't have no electricity. And it was freezing cold. Not just a normal cold. Like the freeze that came through here was like we had never seen before.
Yeah,
And a lot of people died in it.
they did.
Again, preparation.
Hmm.
So that was twice to me. The Creator was saying, "My daughter, you need to get ready. You need to get ready." Um, I just want to again tell your listeners to get ready. There is something coming. Like I said, this whole thing with this amendment with the abortion and all that, to me, these are distractions. Um, there is something majorly coming that's worse than the shutdown and the ice storm that hit. And people in other states right now, a lot of them are going through it. There's power outages. in other states from storms. So they say storms blowing through there. They have no electricity and haven't had it in weeks, and it is hot.
Right.
It's hot. Yeah. People have lost their homes. That flooding that went through Yellowstone last week.
Hmm. Yeah.
Uh,
Like a
Afghanistan
lot of
a
that
few days
land,
ago.
a lot of that land, I think, were farms and ranches.
Ah, yeah, yeah. Afghanistan just had an earthquake 2 days ago.
Hmm.
Uh, Killed a lot of people. Now you got a bunch of homeless there. I mean, there's a lot we could talk about. There's so much, so many changes going on. But this is why I'm saying, for the children of the light, the chosen people, please do not take your focus off of what the Creator is trying to tell us to do in this time right now. We got to be more keen and more aware. There's a lot of people that are going to need things here in a minute, and God is the Creator is going to use us to help a lot of people. But if we ourselves are not prepared and ready, we're not going to be able to help nobody, including ourselves. So, with that being said, I'm going to say shalom. uh, Again, you can check out my website, velvetoasisevent.com. We do wedding and event planning, uh, weddings, birthday parties, bar mitzvahs, and so forth. So I've enjoyed this time with you, Crown. Please have me back on for another one of your segments.
I will soon. Thank you for your time. We needed some fresh perspective on the show. I'm finna keep talking because I didn't bring up how people think they're just finna travel states or country to get abortion. If y'all barely feeding your kids this summer, what kind of money do you have just to go travel for abortion? Why not just look at your life and how you're living it and how you're getting pregnant in the first place? You know?
Right. And I think for a lot of the men, this needs to be a conversation. A lot of the brothers need to be having as well. Is it really worth trying to go out here and hunt for some young, whatever you're looking for to satisfy your flesh for that 30 minutes or whatever, and then risk planting your seed inside of her? Because, like I said, I really see a lot of lawsuits get ready to come out of that, because you're going to have women starting to sue these men for putting seed off of them that they never asked for. So I can see that coming forth, and I see a lot of men being trapped into that. So yeah, I really caution a lot of the brothers to stop falling for the tricks of the enemy and just self gratification. Find you your soulmate, whoever, the scriptures say a man that finds a wife finds a good thing. Find you a woman, sit down somewhere. Sit down somewhere with that woman. Raise your family. Be a leader in your home, a moral leader. And so I just want to say that. But anyway, y'all have a good day.
Thank you, Velvet Oasis. Velvet Oasis has left the building and I'm still here. Y'all feel free to tap in with your opinions. I'm glad that she also brought up how this, possibly that was my main thing at the beginning of the segment. Does this affect men just as well as it affects women? We're talking about a whole overturn uh, of abortion rights. Will men begin to now think a little more? Because we know that a seed cannot be planted without that sperm. I'm just being honest. Will they begin to think a little more about their decisions and choices with women? Well, from the surveys I've been doing recently, and the men that I have talked to, they were already on that route. Uh, and I don't think it had to be so harsh. I do think men were being a little harsh. Like they were just finding all these different things that were wrong with the um quote unquote American culture women that they were not, that they're beginning to quote unquote wake up to. and that they're not with anymore. But see, we can't just look at the woman, look at it all the way around. Look at how your rights and the laws are changing. We had a milk shortage, a formula shortage long before this law went into effect. Now, it does not affect every state yet. For anybody that hasn't went and researched what's going on, it's not official in every state yet. So you got a lot of women that's already made up in their mind. It's crazy. If you're gonna put that much time into how you're gonna go get an abortion, regardless of what the rights is, what rights you have, where you're gonna go to get it done, you should also be willing to put that time into reevaluating um why you're getting pregnant, who you're getting pregnant by, uh how you're going to provide for that child if it come. Put that thought into thinking those type of, you know what I'm saying, those, because look, we living in a time, like Velvet Oasis just said to me, of what y'all call it, survival of the fittest. The survival word is what I'm trying to touch on. How you gonna survive and you still out here making choices that just kind of play into your fantasy, plays into what makes you feel good, and then a whole baby is born, and you leaving a woman to decide whether she needs to take a plan B or not. Like, to me, that'll never make sense. But these are just my opinions and views, guys, and expressions on real life events, not just in American culture, but around the globe right now. Now, Vivid Oasis just reminded us you had a bad earthquake in Afghanistan. People are trapped. When I say trapped, they're trying to figure out how to get help to these people right now. Like, it's crazy. Floods are happening. I think there's another tropical storm in the making right now, headed for the East Coast. And this is not to cause fear in people, but this should make us think about what matters and what. Don't wait till you have no choice to survive to see that your religious views really didn't matter. When it comes to survival, what are you doing, willing to do to keep your life, to keep your family protected? Also, they have just, you know what I mean, approved a vaccine for 5 year olds and younger. And the next thing we might hear, while y'all just focus on Roe and Wade versus Wade thing right now, the next thing you might hear is how you have to get your children back vaccinated. Like, when it comes to the children and the babies, man, we really got to work on our hands. And we are their first leaders. We are their first protectors. Not telling you something you guys don't already know, but reminding my listeners, followers, and viewers, your kids is your children's first, your seeds first resort of, safety and wisdom and knowledge, how they're eating, what they're being fed, when it comes to their consciences and stuff, is you, parents, is you, villages. Man, I never thought I had to. The day I got to stand up and start talking, because as a parent, at the end of the day, I've always been pro choice now. I've had miscarriages in my background, if that's what y'all want, in my history. And then I also have deeper spiritual perspectives about things, because I believe one of the babies I miscarried came back. And I don't want to call it another form, but sometimes, like, humans have to understand and humble themselves. Like, we are not as powerful as we think, especially if laws dictate what you're protesting and standing up about. Like, come on, bro. That means that you have given. I'm not trying to cause the uproar or tell people to be rebellious or not, but once you gave laws of power for 50, 60, 70 years, then you want to turn around and say, "Well, I'm gonna go protest about the laws that do change and what I don't agree with them." What message are you really? What message are you really pushing? Y'all know how long people have been protesting about changes for different things on this earth. I'm gonna say in this country. I ain't gonna say on this earth too, but in this country particularly, specifically. Now, let's remember some protests in times past did quote unquote bring about changes. My only thing is to keep the people focused on the changes that matter and the changes that don't right now. We're talking about survival. We know that fetuses that are, not really given a choice, They don't make it, do they? They don't survive. We have babies that just didn't make it into this world, and I just gave y'all a spiritual perspective. You can think you have the power to take a baby life. What if that baby still come back on this earth in another form through somebody else or through that same mother? Y'all don't know if stuff like that is possible or not because you've never thought that deep about it. I don't think humans have as much control over things. If they did, why are they trying to make robot babies and clone babies and all of this? That's not natural to me, guys. It's just not natural. But this was going on, and this hasn't become illegal. It's just not all out in the open yet. So much has been coming out though. When it comes to the truth, I wouldn't be surprised if they come out and tell the masses, here soon, that look, this is what we've been doing. This is what we've been creating. These are the experiences we've been doing. We these are the experiments we've been doing. I wouldn't be surprised if that stuff begins to come out because other things are already coming out. Like the UFO thing. People are still in shock right now that, it's been televised. It's come out on media. That yeah, UFOs are real. We can't identify certain objects. They've been coming here. That's what we need. Ain't nobody protesting about that. I'm not judging nobody. I'm saying, being a part of this, being a millennial right now is very hard. Let me tell y'all from my standpoint. You just seeing. I don't want to call it crazy, but you seeing all type of anything goes. I told y'all we started off talking about a man who was feeding his the mother of his child abortion medicine and her food and drink, and she didn't even know before the Roe versus Wade overturned. Did she take him to court? She didn't know. See, when you pregnant, you hungry. You eating what? You eating up stuff. He buying the food, but he was putting this in her food and drink the whole time. She don't know why she's constipated, cramping, uh, contracting, losing blood. She don't know. Then you got brothers sleeping with a brother wife, homeboys sleeping with a homeboy, women sleeping with all this been going. But y'all want to stand up talking about, well, I should be able to do whatever I want to do with my body. And somebody got to tell y'all the truth. Ain't nothing natural about that. You doing what you want to do with your body when you went and lay down with whoever you felt like you could just because you was a part of American culture. And now we're supposed to be. I'm 3 hours in. I ain't even touched on the fact there's a whole app out here already that women use to track their menstrual cycles. This app supposedly can tell you when you're out ovulating. You tell me how an app is able to read your body. They got apps that can check your weight. They got apps that can check your blood pressure. This stuff been out here, right? I ain't at my point yet. We living in a time where y'all thought this app was cool. I ain't got it on my phone. I don't need an app to tell me what my body do. Something don't feel right about that. But I guess it's cool. You got apps that can track your steps. It'll actually pay you for walking. It's just an example of what I'm talking about. You make it to 1 million steps for the year, it actually pays you. These are real apps. So this app that had already been checking the ovulation period of women could already check and tell a woman if she's pregnant or not, could already check and tell a woman when she is menstruating. These apps exist. I hope y'all know. All you got to do is go to Google Play and look it up. These apps existed before the Roe versus Wade overturned. So I have been looking into articles where women were already saying when this first came about that this law might change soon. And in case y'all didn't know, they've been talking about what the Supreme Court been talking about what deciding on this since what, February of 2022. Y'all just now hearing the news June 24th, 2022. Okay, but you had a lot of people consciously waiting to see what the Supreme Court was going to do about this right to be able to abort uh fetuses. Should I call it fetus, embryo? So they're saying that if this app was already able to track us before this law was overturned, Won't this app still be able to tell? That's one thing for sure. This app is a whole system that can be able to tell if you're pregnant from the jump. Now, y'all didn't have a problem with it all this time. But this same app, if it shows that, if this app can show when you're pregnant, when you're ovulating, when apps like this exist, guys. If this app can show that, wouldn't this app also be able to see that you was pregnant 1 week and 2 weeks later, now ain't no fetus in her? Just telling y'all in case y'all want to know in the future how they were able to track whether you had an abortion or not. This type of stuff is how. You keeping a app on your phone that's tracking your whole ovulation period. Oh, we thought technology was cool. Now I'm gonna admit that is pretty creative. You got an app out here we can check our weight now. You don't need to buy a scale no more for your restroom, ladies and gentlemen. There's apps that will tell you your weight. It'll tell you your blood pressure, your heart rate. Isn't that crazy? Your blood sugar, whole phone apps. And I've been quiet about this stuff, but I think there's an app for COVID trackers. There's an app where you can find out who the people on the sex offender list in your community. There's a whole app for that you can go check, and it keeps you updated with that type of information. Now, once again, this law does not apply. These changes, Roe versus Wade, does not apply in every state yet. I wanted to speak on the fact that I'm already hearing women say, "Well, I just travel to another state to get it done if that's what I want to do." Now that's a crazy way to think because not because I'm trying to be pro or decline of life. It's just crazy. You already got to figure out gas prices and rent. So what kind of money you gonna cough up to not only have the abortion done, but to travel across states or countries just to get it done? Why don't you just change your way of living and thinking to begin with? So I see where the responsibility is going to fall on men, but I also see that responsibility as women. Mm, mm, mm. You think men are not aware of the changes that are happening and coming as well? So now, do women have to think about a whole new way that they're going to have to protect themselves? Here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, women already had to think about protection, and I'm not just talking about sexually. Women, especially single mothers, they were already trying to figure out ways to keep their family safe and protected, not only through the pandemic, but financially, just being a single mother. See, being a single mother is not just a financial standpoint that women are coming from or an emotional standpoint that women are coming from. I think it is also, have we thought about that? A single mother has no protection. That's where I am finna call out baby fathers, sperm donors, and all of that. Your responsibility is not just I'm just talking about what's been going on in society and why you got so many people angry and protesting, and majority women. This is what the American woman has been going through. Once again, like me and Velvet Oasis just discussed, child support systems don't exist in a lot of countries. So what do you think them women had to do? mm So oftentimes their culture might look like, yeah, them getting married young, them being the wife, maybe third or fourth wife of a man, just so not only are they being financially taken care of, they also have some type of protection. Protection is going to be a big one when you talk about the American household. When you leave a single, I hate to be so blunt, when you leave a single mother alone to take care of everything. So don't start complaining that women are starting to think like men, look like men, act like men. What position did you leave them in 40, 50 years ago, 30, 20 years ago? What position did you leave them in? Somebody got to stand up. So yeah, you got more women going to the gun range. That ain't nothing new. I'm just saying, it's more of them going than ever before. More women going taking boxing classes. Hopefully putting their kids in them too. The type of mom I am, why should we be less protected because I'm a single mother? Now, see, guys, what we do in society, we hold a person to their decision forever, and I don't like it. I'll never be with it. Just like a person that go do their prison time, I don't feel like they should be held account. I mean, they held accountable when they in prison. So what is the point of looking at them as this and that after they done already served their time? But yeah, that's society for you. That's human beings for you. You know what they say? Once a liar, always a liar. That's number one. Then they say once a cheater, always a cheater. I done heard it all. Once a thief, always a thief. Yeah, y'all been trying to control people' perceptions about themselves so long that yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if people start snapping out here. Dang, I mean, because y'all are saying a minute ain't nobody perfect. I'm just trying to understand this thing as a millennial. Ain't nobody perfect, right? Okay, so if you understand that, why would you hold somebody to a bad quote unquote bad decision they made in their life 20 years ago? But I wouldn't care if it was yesterday. If they felt like they learned a lesson out of it, what is your business to hold a person to that? What did me and Velvet Oasis just talk about? The seven deadly sins. If ain't nobody perfect, we all done committed at least one of them. I don't see why we should make this a one-sided argument when it comes to abortion, right? We all get that. Some of y'all look at it, abortion as murder. We get that part, but we see so much violence. We've been seeing so much violence has always been here. But you want to compare abortion to other? Are we doing it? You want to compare that type of murder and violence where you all you had to do was have more men stand up. Why was Planned Parenthood and agendas like this so easily pushed into the American culture? Well, you already had dads. All they did is capitalize and take advantage of what they saw going on. That's if you ask me. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but if I had an evil thinking mind and I said, well, look, a lot of these daddies walking out the home anyway. Let's just go ahead and make money, capitalize off of women that don't want the babies and men that don't want the babies. It's crazy. So some people are saying we're going to see an increase of babies being thrown in dumpsters, foster care systems, percentages of children there rising. These are the type of people traveling just to get these procedures done, right? I'm wondering if something like Plan B will also become illegal or will contraceptive now be free? We don't know yet. This is still very fresh. All they're saying is, look, uh, abortion rights are finna change and they finna change quick. Mm, mm, mm. A lot of us women, we're just, I don't want to say quiet, we're still stunned, but we have to get ready to be stunned even more left and right about things. Things are going to change. This is what happens when you have like viruses and economy changes. And I just think people have gotten so spoiled, with the old way that, everybody's not, that's another thing. Everybody not going to be able to adjust uh, to new changes, evolution. Everybody not going to adjust to that. And I know some of our grandparents that's still living, they probably just shaking their head like, boy, I have seen things change decade after decade after decade. It's crazy. I know they saying it to themselves in secret, like, but they've never seen a day like this. And I will get the opinions of elderly women because, like Velvet Oasis mentioned, you had herbs and stuff people were taking to get rid of fetuses long before Roe versus Wade came into play. My point is, people was already, and there's some crazy stories out here. Even if they was stomping the baby out, whatever they had to do, this has been going on. People want to ask more technical questions. I'm not judging you for those technical questions. Is the baby a soul? My thing is, as grown people, do we have souls? Since you want to focus on whether the fetus or embryo has a soul, what if I agree that it does? Okay. And as this human being grows older, their soul didn't go nowhere. Their soul is probably with you right now. But what type of things are we doing with our souls today? If you didn't think about it before, since abortion has everybody so sensitive, and I'm just a woman, so I have to stand for women on a certain point when it comes to certain things. I didn't say that I 100% agree with the abortion option. It's hard to do that even before this law changed because I know that women have the option to carry a baby full term and just, kind of give it up for adoption. There's like these other options, guys, that never had to be like and it was a trending option. Once abortion got popular and legal and came out in the open, y'all want to talk about souls? Why was that so popular and trendy? Unless it was those special cases, like I said, where somebody was raped or it's affecting your health. Um, why was people so ready to go? It's crazy to me. I done heard women go do this just because a man told them, "Well, I'll pay you to do it. I'll pay you to have it done. I don't want, because it does kind of have to be a decision on both sides. You know what I mean?" I didn't even have friends. I was glad Velvet Oasis touched on that. What high school culture was like in America. How we know young women. We remember young women from our high school and middle school days whose parents were actually taking them in secret to get this done. My question is, was they doing it because they didn't want to feel the shame of having a young girl in the house with a baby? But now y'all want to talk about souls? See, I got daughters right now. So if they change that law and all of this affects lives somehow. It's already affecting lives because a lot of embryos are here to this day. Uh, then you got people that think even deeper about it. You got people here that people feel like don't deserve to be on this earth. That other should have did it. I done heard it all. Yeah, you got a lot of people that feel like yeah, a person. They say that about some of the people in prison right now. Guards telling some of them people that like, your mother should have just threw you away. Y'all. That's why a lot of women they don't know what to say about it. I do encourage you guys to do your research. Research how women were taking care of certain issues long before American culture told you had the right to abort your child. Why y'all so sensitive thinking stop trying to control your body? We all know you're gonna do what you wanna do with your body at the end of the day. Because that's what y'all showing us. Why sexualize everything? I got so many questions. Why sexualize and mediatize everything through sex and then turn around and say, okay, now curveball, you can't abort babies anymore. We all know that's one of the main ways to get pregnant. But I do feel the women out there still get my condolences because women, we got to understand. And I want to encourage anybody right now who might be out there or come across this podcast later and just remind you there are women that desire to make children and can't, and they're whole married and stuff like that. That's why surrogates exist. You got a lot of people that all you gotta do is it don't always have to be through the state. You had that baby and get that baby to a family that wants to care for a child. But see, this affects everybody because the way the economy is going, nobody needs to be having children that can't afford that. Y'all look at what's there's formula shortages for crying out loud. You got to figure out and stock up for food for the ones you got hurt. That's what I say this is about. Why be so sensitive and waste? I ain't gonna say waste time, but when you protesting, like is that bringing formula back to the communities and the grocery stores? Is that helping people feed their kids? Me and Velvet Oasis just talked about it. I see people on the news already saying they struggling in summer because the kids are at home. She kind of chuckled. I did too. We not laughing because it's funny, but like she said, what is this winter going to look like then? I don't know. People seem to be feeling the effects of the changes in the world already. Like she mentioned though, y'all, we got to remember those foods and what the elderly women did. You cook some flapjack pancakes and a bowl of oatmeal. A kid might stay full to 2, 3 o'clock that day. But the kids don't want to eat what we once ate to survive, right? They ain't gonna have no choice in a minute. All these picky eating kids out here, picky eating adults too. If you on the news complaining about food being higher, eat meals that are more fulfilling. It might not be what you want to eat, but eat something that's more fulfilling to, that's gonna keep you full longer. I guess that's how I can say it. And that was just breakfast I discussed. But there's lunches you can eat, dinners. There's a certain way you can cook. Okay, and there's still elderly people with these channels out here that can tell y'all the old school way. Rice, beans, and cornbread is a very popular meal. And I'm from the South, and it's a very popular meal. And it used to keep what y'all call them, like those. I don't want to call them settlers. Settlers, y'all know in Texas that we had a lot of cowboys. But what do y'all think they was eating on a horse range journeys and everything? See, cans of beans and rice and stuff like that you can cook outside. I don't know how I got on this topic, but for real, y'all, I'm a little late. I was trying to get on here as soon as the law went into effect and give my opinions about it on yesterday, but I'm glad I got to touch on this morning. I'm gonna be on here for a minute. Anybody that wants to chime in, get on here, share their experiences. But they have always called abortion murder. That's why you always had people that protested right outside of the abortion offices. Y'all don't remember that? What you have is a war again. Uh, Pro-life versus people that have always saw abortion as wrong. And after this podcast, I'm not going to feed into it anymore. All I can do is make decisions for my life. Y'all see how they go? If we had more individuals doing that, we would actually have less division. Because you got people thinking through their own choices. More and more people thinking through it. Oh, so laws got to change for people to do that? It's an interesting time to be alive. I'm trying to tell y'all. Gas prices got to go up for you to sit at home and save money and spend time with your family like you should have been doing. Sex trafficking rates got to increase for you to watch your daughters. It's crazy. I called it lawlessness earlier, but now I'm thinking about it another way. One, I'm not saying that freedom is bad. I will never say that. But to me, your perception of freedom, how you use your freedom. You know how many lands of people, cultures of people, and it's still people out here. All they desire is to be free, to do what they want to do. But American culture is a problem example of what happens when people constantly fight over power, when people constantly fight over who right, who wrong. When people, but this is freedom though. What did y'all fight for? Y'all know July 4th is coming up. And to me, it's no coincidence how all these dates are playing out, right? This is the year of 2022. Father's Day just passed. And I wonder what fathers' opinions are. That's another story I saw. And it's a true story. This ain't offend any race or anything like that. But you had a black father who got this Caucasian lady pregnant. And they met on his job. And, you know, regardless of what happened to the relationship, he wanted to be in his daughter's life. They did find out it was a little girl eventually, but the whole time she was hiding from him that her white family did not want her to have this baby. This is a real story. So she invites him to meet the family finally. You know, this wasn't an abortion case. This was a case of she literally gave this baby up for adoption without this man's permission and secret. And the family meeting didn't go well. The mother actually told him when he came there, like, look, I'm not pleased to meet you. It is not an honor to meet you. My daughter knows we don't go for this, right? I know there's biracial couples out there, but see, these type of situations happen, and it happened recently in society, okay? And how she got past, she did do something sneaky. They got past because, see, sometimes people know, they say that too. It ain't what you know, it's who you know. Obviously, her family knew people to help her be able to do this. It's crazy. Like, how did you do that legally without this man's permission? I look at these type of stories. The other young people, they off in the Cardi B and who got shot and like, no, I'm looking at these type of stories before Roe versus Wade even got overturned. You mean to tell me this daddy wanted to be there, and you got mothers like this, man? It's crazy. You go get a baby up for adoption when all you had to do was get a baby to his daddy. But this the type of spiteful people we have in America though. This what happened when you give people rights and freedoms and privileges. It do kind of make me angry. That didn't have to be my baby. I could just imagine being a man and helping to make that baby. And you got men out here that don't even want the responsibility. And you, as a woman, a white woman at that, you go get a baby up for adoption. But let me tell y'all, it was a happy ending, and you don't have too many of those a lot anymore. Not in those type of situations. This man, this what you call a father, and I hope somebody told this man. I'm gonna have to go to his channel and tell him Happy Father's Day, even though it's a little late. He fought. Him and his family end up fighting, and it wasn't an easy fight to get his baby back. Boy, by the time he got his baby back, do y'all know this little girl was already staying with a new family, and actually the family cried. They didn't want to give her up, but they had to because he had did what he needed to do legally to get his child back. Ain't that crazy? That's like somebody giving my kids up today for adoption without my permission. You know, this is American culture for you. The woman to this day still denies that she was denying a whole bunch of stuff. Now you just look stupid as a mom, and you got moms out here that, like I said, they wombs can still not conceive. See, it goes both ways. I hated to hear stories like that. Women got pregnant, daddy wanted to be there, but you go get a baby up for adoption to a family that couldn't have kids when all you had to do was give it to the daddy. So my voice today is to remind parents there have always been other options outside of abortion. It's not the end of the world because laws are changing telling you that you can't run and do that no more. And I do feel for the young people. They had a whole show out here called 16 and Pregnant. As a matter of fact, I used to catch every episode. I was a part of the generation that, when it first came out, it was on MTV. I was watching Pimp My Ride, all that. Good days. Pimp My Ride came up on the same channel. Shout out to Exhibit out there. He used to pimp people rides, but right after Pimp My Ride, 16 and Pregnant used to come on. I think 16 and Pregnant is still out there. That show don't exist for no reason. And it's crazy. They chose the age 16. As a matter of fact, this is a real fact. My OB-GYN, I ain't gonna say for which child, it must have been meant for me to talk about this one day because what I'm gonna say is real. My OB-GYN, and like I said, I ain't gonna say for which child, y'all, she was on a show. She was on 16 and Pregnant. That's why it always be a memorable show to me. She was delivering somebody baby. All I'm saying is I had a good doctor if she ended up on MTV delivering one of the and I wasn't 16. That ain't what I'm saying. I was not 16, but I wasn't in my 20s yet, but she did deliver my baby. And when I saw her on there, I just couldn't believe it. Like, oh my goodness, she done made it big time. That's crazy, y'all. I should find her. Cause I wonder, I never got to tell that lady, like, man, I seen you on there. Um, this show exists, guys, because young ladies are out here getting pregnant. It's a time to talk to your young men. I know y'all probably already having the birds and the bees talk, but talk to your young men, talk to your young daughters. Cause guess what? You can't run them in secret no more. You're not gonna be able to afford to do that. You want to run them in secret and go get a abortion because you don't want nobody to know your daughter got pregnant at 14. You don't want nobody to know your daughter got pregnant at 16. That type of stuff is crazy. If you was watching your young daughter or son in the first place, we wouldn't have had all these teen pregnancies. And people would tell y'all, they in their 30s, 40s, 50s now, that they were sexually active at this young age. I'm trying to take this back to the seven deadly sins while y'all out here trying to protest about laws. Let's look at what matters. Let's look at the principle. Let's take accountability here. Then ain't nobody got nothing to worry about. Why are people so hot? I'm gonna call it hot. Like everybody act like they gotta get some, boy. But don't nobody want no responsibility. It's hard being a millennial right now because some of us actually take care of our kids. We done took care of our kids through the rain, sleet, and snow. That's why I'm pro life. And the same people out here trying to say they should have a right to an abortion would not be here if somebody had aborted them. Y'all know that's just a fact. I will always look at it that way. I hate that I see it that way, but nobody told me to think that way. I'll be like, hold on. Ain't the same people, even the doctors that work in a clinic, you would not be there in that clinic if somebody had aborted you. Just a fact. Let's talk about what's natural and what's unnatural. See, it was natural for the doctors that's out here doing these procedures for their mothers to had just had them, whether they gave them up for abortion, I mean adoption, or they kept them. That was still a whole um opportunity that they had to life. And guess what they chose to become? An abortion clinic doctor. And ain't nobody been judging them, have they? But they got a right to look at a single mother and tell her her value has gone down because she has kids. Like, bro, it's been hard to stay quiet during these times. That's why y'all see this live on for 4 hours. Cause I'm just gonna give my opinions and views about this thing. You might have a book coming out about the topic because history is changing. It's changing right before our eyes. Yeah, then nobody, don't nobody judge. I mean, they probably do, but nobody uses their whole 24 hours a day to sit up and talk about what abortion clinic doctors do for a living. You know what I'm saying? But they'll look at a woman with multiple kids and say, well, she's just living off government assistance and she just applied for child support. None of this would have to be here if everybody stood up and took care of their responsibilities. We do remember that fact, right? It's crazy. Hey, I'm muting the mic for a second. I had to mute the mic, guys. All this coffee this morning. You know what? I want to go back to Scooby Doo's point of view because he actually made a good one. He asked the question. It's up on my screen. When does the unborn become a life or soul? If you believe any time before the birthing process, aborting the unborn will constitute murder. Well, you know what, Scooby Doo? A lot of us have felt that way for a long time, and it's not like people were charged with murder all this time. You know what I'm saying? You don't have nobody sitting in prison for having an abortion, whether we feel like it constitutes murder or not. Ain't that crazy? And what people have you seen out here standing up about it or protesting? But now they protest. It's like things have been backwards in America to me for a long time. It still ties into my question, Scooby Doo. My comment I made earlier. You also don't see men in prison right now from just walking away from a woman who said, "Hey, I'm pregnant by you." Like men have always had this right. No matter what position they are in life, I've heard of doctors cheating, lawyers cheating, cheating on their wives. That's why I'm just using certain positions for example. People been out here cheating, making kids in other homes, all this. But guess what? At the end of the day, we know it takes two. But I've never seen a man go to jail. I'm not saying that he should have, but if it's finna be constituted that a woman is constituting murder, what is a man doing when he walk away from his child and she got to live on government assistance to take care of? I just want to make a point, but I'm not going to any protest today. I'm not going next week. I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm going to say what I say on this channel today and I'm going to leave it alone. And my words are on record. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, I want people to think about that. So he not constituting murder when he just walk away from his responsibility and don't pay child support. What message are you sending to that child, to that mother, and you sat there and helped make the baby? It don't make sense to me. Are you saying you could care less whether the baby live or die? You did leave a single mother to do it, or men got it across their head like, well, my mother did it. I done seen women do it, so she'll be all right. I'm finna go do what I want to do. Oh, but that's not looked at as constituting murder. That's crazy when you got people whole self esteem that's been assassinated. People whole opportunities in life that's been assassinated because you as a father didn't want to be there. Being a father is more than, a financial responsibility. It's that whole role that you play in that child's life, whether it was healthy or unhealthy. Now that's to me that's constituting murder too. Got young men out here confused right now, beating on women, doing all kind of crazy things, locked up in prison, all because they didn't have a father. Is that constituting murder? Since we talking about abortion, yeah, I'm always make this a two-sided conversation. Especially when people bring religion into it, whether the baby is a soul, that baby is a soul. Also, when a father walks out that child life, that's still a soul that you just affected. you know. And it's sad that laws got to be changed for me to be heard. I've been saying the same thing for years. I ain't gonna tell y'all who. One lady told me a story. She told a man she was pregnant by him. He told her to drink bleach. This how much freedom been in America. It's not what's that woman had a soul when you told her that, and a soul living in her. If that man ever come across this podcast, your baby mama did tell me about that, and you wrong. It's better for you not to have text message and responded at all. But when you did, you told her to drink bleach. That was the best solution. You didn't even have abortion money to tell her to put up. So it's just been this weird spirit, this weird energy, this weird something towards women in my eyes, in this country for a long time and across the globe. You know what I'm saying? We looked at it as, you get pregnant, she get rid of it, or yeah, I ain't gotta take care of it. Like, bro, but I'm glad this law is gonna have people look at things and look at themselves. Cause why would you get pregnant in the first? But like it take a man telling you to drink bleach for you to see he ain't shit. You would want a man like that to father your baby. A lot of us couldn't control who our fathers was, but naturally, a young child just wants to know who they father is. Y'all ever thought about that? They just want to know where they come from. Sometimes they question why their daddy wasn't there, and why they didn't have this privilege, that privilege. You know what I mean? People ask, and it leaves emotional scars and barriers. I have always felt that way. So I gave y'all the whole 4 hours to give me your opinions on the view. You know what I'm saying? And it's really sad, like what all of this has come to. Like on an emotional level, it's sad. Now I bet you now people ain't just finna lay up and have babies, lay up and have sex just because they can do it. Because now you got to think about, you really, really deeply have to think about if you're gonna be able to feed this baby, to contribute to this baby life when all of this is going on in society, in the economy and stuff like that. Like people have no choice but to think about it now. Think about what you're doing. Don't sit there and create a life and you barely taking care of you. It's nothing new. It's nothing new what I'm saying. But now see it's in everybody's face and everybody has to think about it. As I speak, no lie. Women are protesting in this country. If you don't believe me, look at Austin, Texas this morning. And it's gonna be happening in other states. Because people for some reason are emotionally moved, uh being told what they can and can't do with their bodies. And we all know people are still going to make certain decisions. I just want to be one voice. Like, don't just take matters into your own life, especially when people on the show done told y'all they feel like a fetus is a soul. Don't even create it then. But look at how powerful of creators we are at the end of the day. You have the power. Now not every woman, I told y'all, some women can't even have kids. But as a man, the average man and woman has the power to create a whole life. And the best thing we could come up with was walking away from lives, abandoning lives, or stripping life away from that soul in itself. Is crazy. And I don't want to get too deep, but like I said, I feel like a lot of people think that they might have stripped that life from they womb at that time. How you know that life didn't come back here through somebody else? Like you're not as powerful as you think to begin with, to even have when to think you're doing what you're doing. Anyways, y'all want to stay tuned to a book I got coming out, and it's so crazy. I've been writing this book before all this happened, and it's called Undead. And it's very much about a fresh perception in this generation when it comes to what life is, what death is, and what rebirth might look like. Is rebirth even possible? And I'm no Buddhist, okay? Um, in this book, I actually talk about how, to me, death is not the final. You know what I'm saying? To me, people think it's life, then death, and then that's it. you know. And then yeah, I know this sounds a certain way, but it's gonna be far from what you've ever heard. I can guarantee you that right now. When I talk about understanding life, understanding death, the power of life, the power of death, and that death is not the most. Yeah, y'all think y'all been out here committing murder and that gives you power. You create life that is powerful. But yeah, it's called the undead for a reason. What's past death? And is being undead possible? Do we come back in different forms, even though people run and get abortions? And you could be a form of a life somebody aborted way back in '62, but you didn't know that about yourself. I just want to give this first perception in my book, so it's a great time to bring it out. Y'all stay tuned for Undead. As a matter of fact, I have uh Undead is being released soon, and so is Dating Mr. Death. Both of these were books that I was already writing. I don't have to lie to anybody, and the covers are available. Um, if y'all just want to get a sneak peek at what the covers look like, you can visit www.contentcrownpublications.com. Because I give these sneak peeks of my book covers and kind of leave something to y'all imagination. You scroll to the bottom of the web page, you will see the cover to Dating Mr. Death and also the Undead. Because to me, a title like look at me talking about my book. It ain't even released yet. I'm just preparing myself for the book signings for Good Morning America and everything else. I'm serious because when you talk about a title like Dating Mr. Death and something like abortion law, this is a great time. Abortion laws are changing. That's what I'm talking about because who are you really laying down with if that man is willing to pay you to go get an abortion? Are you dating Mr. Death? Is his name Mr. Death? He's willing to walk away from his child. He's willing to tell you to go kill the child because he don't want responsibility. That's where the idea of dating Mr. Death came from. It's also a book dedicated to domestic violence victims because sometimes when you're in love with your abuser, um, you don't look at him as Mr. Death. But the reason I call it Mr. Death in my book is because that's what you playing with. When you playing with somebody willing to slap on you, choke you out, run you over, play with your bank account, all of that's abuse. Call you out your name, you ain't doing nothing, baby girl, but playing with death. So we call that book, boom, Dating Mr. Death. Because a lot of women have and they don't know it, or they're aware that they dated an abuser, but they weren't aware that they was playing with they not only was they playing with their soul. Let me tell y'all, I've heard of stories for women that was being abused while they were pregnant, and now we want to get emotional about abortion laws. Let's talk about the real topics. But it's okay, they coming out in my books anyway. What did I just say? Not only have some women dated Mr. Death, I believe some women even created them. These are called mother enablers, right? You have made your son feel like no matter what, as the mother, you should be queen throne. You should be, you know what I'm saying, number one lady in his life. You have stripped the responsibility from him as a man. You know, he feel like he can always run back to your house when him and his wife go through, or a girlfriend or baby mama. You want all this control as a mother. Now I don't have a son, but if I did, I don't think I would raise him in a way to where he feel like, you know what I'm saying? Uh, he ain't doing nothing without his mother's approval. Like, how do I put this? I would not raise a young man like that. Cause what y'all are doing, ladies, when you over spoiling your son like that, and I know that we can't always control that we become single mothers and things like that, but I know y'all have more common sense out here than to be trying to mold these young men. I don't know what y'all be trying to mold them into, but I'm telling you what you're creating. You're creating somebody's Mr. Death. I gave Death a whole Mr. title. You hear me? Y'all go check that book cover out on the bottom of my website. It's gonna look like a man, a skeleton with a nice suit on, and he has no light in his eyes. You know what I'm saying? He's straight from the dead because his name is Mr. Death. But see, Mr. Death can be created many, many ways, and Mr. Death has stolen many women's lives. I've seen even recent stories. I get so tired of looking at them, it ain't funny. Of more men that's out here, especially since the height of the pandemic and the after effects of the pandemic, who have literally either abused these women to death or just straight out took their life. And it's really sad. Yeah, these stories are still out here. Not just them, the children. The most recent one I saw, it was a whole husband. He shoots her, the kids, and shoots his life. I mean, and then shoots himself. I'm telling y'all, like, what causes these type of things? Especially when they turn around and shoot themselves. That's what you call control, because it's like you don't even want to. You don't feel like there should be repercussions or a penalty or nothing for what you just did. So you turn around and take your own life too after you take hers and the kids. It's crazy. Y'all know how many stories I seen like that just this year? But the undead, I will talk about that a little bit in my book, from more of a spiritual perspective. Yeah, the deaf, y'all think y'all serving people don't have as much power as you think you do, especially if I believe some aborted and even miscarried babies do come back in another form of life. But it'll just be a book and an opinion and give people things to think about. You know what I'm saying? Why run from something you created, you know? What is it gonna do? Hurt you, kill you? I don't understand that about people. I never have. But that's just my opinion and my perspective. The undead is also about how we can die. It's a great book. It's pretty much more of a book that gives my spiritual perspective of the soul. Because if anything is real out here, that's real. And how we can die spiritually. It can be positive, it can be negative. We can even murder others. We can assassinate characters. We can assassinate reputations and things like that without even knowing it. The tongue is very powerful. I'll be talking about and covering these type of topics with the book Undead. Okay, so y'all definitely stay tuned for that. Y'all know on my channel though, I will be giving updates on new publication book alerts. We will be having book tours and upcoming. Um, I do want to start a book club and stuff like that. Like we got a lot of great things planned for you guys because sometimes you do have to bring things out, certain topics and things like that from a certain perspective before people hear hear where you coming from about it. And I always felt like a book trailer, maybe a short film. People like entertainment, so sometimes you got to bring it out through entertainment. But that's two y'all can definitely expect around Halloween, and I think it's a great time to bring it out. A book called Undead and another one called Dating Mr. Death. And it hasn't been easy writing multiple books at one time, but that's just the type of mind that I have, and it keeps me, not only inspired, but doing my positive work amidst such turbulent times, okay? Because I feel like humans at some point, while they running from responsibilities out here and accountability, they have to begin to evaluate self. And if we have more individuals, you don't have to become religious to evaluate yourself. You don't have to get more in tune with your spiritual side. All of this comes down to choices. And every action has always caused some type of counter reaction, right? You give a homeless man $5, you just help one hungry person for the day. That's how your action just contributed to a counter reaction. That's just an example, right? You take somebody's life, you just affected a whole family. Now they all hurt. That one action turned around and affected a whole family of people. So, anyways, y'all, I ain't gonna stay on here too much longer. I appreciate you guys' support on my live this morning. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe because everybody are gonna have their emotional views, standpoints, and perceptions about something like the topic of abortion. I encourage you today to go research the updates to the Roe versus Wade, you know what I mean, overturn that just happened in America, how women in other countries feel about it, how we feel as women in America about it, and definitely feel free to comment. I'll be back on here today though, cause I got some topics. So y'all make sure y'all subscribe. I got some topics to cover today. Y'all hear me? While it's the weekend, I wish you a happy Saturday. Y'all be careful out there too, because people are protesting everywhere about this. That's how serious this is. You know what I mean? If you can't do nothing to contribute to somebody's life today, smiling at them, sending them a positive text. It ain't always got to be money. If you know a woman that might be considering, or she don't understand what she gonna do with her baby, it has always took a village. It don't, a baby don't have to be related to you or blood to you for you to help the youth out here. Contribute to the youth positively. Go donate or volunteer at an orphanage today, a foster care system. Right? I'ma always push that type of motivation on this channel for sure because it's homeless kids out here. It's people being displaced by disasters. It's parents struggling uh, because it's the summer and their kids are at home, like I mentioned earlier. So let's just like be less selfish because I don't see how this helping this country or anywhere in the globe right now. And as mankind, as the human race, it will take us all pulling together and putting our heads together. We have more power, if I can say that that way, than what we think, especially when it's used for positivity. So, anyways, guys, thank you for tuning in to another live segment with the Crown Content Publications YouTube channel. Don't forget to go subscribe to my guest I had earlier, Velvet Oasis YouTube channel as well. And until next time, thank you guys for your support.